Mic check 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2 3. I'm also looking at the comments right now just to see if there is any sound. Still no sound. That is weird. Oh, there we go. All right. I heard myself on the phone. We should be good to go. Gonna put this right back. And the cord, the little clip thing is a little tight there. So I heard myself there. I'm going to see if the comments, can you hear me now? There we go. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for listening to me. And now I'm glad that you can finally hear me. But what I was saying was most of our severe weather is just towards the west. It's creeping into the areas towards our viewing area, so Upson County, Taylor County. But the main Boeing line is just northwest of Upson County, going into Pike and Spalding County, just to the west of Griffin. Notice here the bright colors. That's the Boeing line. That's what we call the line where it has the highest of the wind gusts, and that's the reason why we have that severe thunderstorm warning just north of Upson County in Pike and in Spalding County. Now, just going down to the south, we just received this tornado warning, not for any places in central Georgia, but just a little bit west of Taylor County and southwest of Upson County. This is the rotation that the National Weather Service just saw, and that's why they issued that tornado warning. It's a little bit towards the southwest of Talbotton, south of Hamilton, and it's for Harris, Muskogee, and Talbot County. Originally, it was for Marion County as well, but I think they just thinned that polygon, so they just made it a little bit more tight just to get that specific path of the potential tornado. But as of right now, here's that rotation going into the, just going into Harris, and now it's just moving more towards the northeast, a little bit towards Talbot County. So we're just going to keep an eye on this just to see if it will continue to go into our area. If this polygon is extended more towards the northeast, then places that could potentially be into the path of tornado would be Upson County, and potentially the northern portions of Taylor County would also be caught into that polygon as well. But as I've mentioned, this is that rotation as of right now. And we just received a new sound. Okay, I think I'm getting word that it's a tornado watch, and I think it might have been extended. So I'm going to go to that graphic real quick. Because earlier today we had that tornado watch for the most northwestern half of central Georgia. So places under that tornado watch was Bibb County, Jones, Putnam, Jasper, Monroe, Crawford, Peach, Macon, Taylor, and Upson County. I think this is the original tornado watch. I'm going to the National Weather Service chat just to see if there's any extension there. Okay. So the tornado watch has been continued for those areas under that current tornado warning. So that was a given. Other than that, I'm not seeing much. Oh, okay, it continues. The tornado watch extends into Jones, Taylor, Monroe, Bibb. Okay, that was what we just saw. All right. So as of right now, this is the tornado watch. I think this is what was just extended, but as you can see, Bibb County, Gray County, Putnam County, Jones County, Putnam County, Jasper County was extended into the watch. But as of right now, we're not seeing anything in central Georgia, but it's just creeping into areas such as Upson and Taylor County. And this is what we expected so far, because the behavior of the storm, it sort of just acted on its own. So it moved in a little bit earlier than expected. So that's why Atlanta had an earlier arrival. It had constant rounds of rain, and they had severe thunderstorm warnings. And then there was just a light Boeing segment that went just towards Jasper County. That weekend it didn't produce much. Now for the day one outlook, it's very extended. There we go. For the day one outlook, this was some of the changes that we saw earlier today. So yesterday, the level 2 out of 5 risk was just only towards portions of our most northwestern counties. So all of Upson County, portions of Taylor County, almost all of Pike County was included in that, Lamar County. But now it was extended a little bit. Now all of Monroe County, half of Bibb County, half of Jones County, and half of Putnam County are within that level 2 as of right now. The level 1 was also extended towards the overnight, so places such as Dodge County, most of Lawrence County, most of Washington County, and most of Johnson County are within that level 1 as well. That's something that has changed as compared to earlier today. So based off the changes from the SPC, they expected it to be a little bit more stronger as compared to yesterday's forecast. However, once we get into the hours in the late night, that's when it should lose steam. But the reason why it's packing a punch as of right now is because it's moving into that daytime heat. Temperatures are still way high. Temperatures are into the 80s. So it's moving into that potentially unstable air. So that's why we have those multiple severe thunderstorm warnings and that tornado warning. Let's see if I can get this towards just the radar. No satellite. Okay, there we go. So areas still seeing the most of the severe weather within this line are Talbot County. That line is moving into those areas, seeing increased amounts of lightning at that point. And you also see that Boeing segment as well. We're going to put this to velocity just to see where that rotation is currently as of right now. It is just southwest of Talbotton, going into Talbot County. There we go. And as of right now, that rotation is broadening out. That's a good thing. So with the rotation broadening out, there's no signs that it's on the ground. It's just right now just showing that rotation. It's going to show that it's relatively weakening at this moment. So in terms of potentially extending that polygon to areas within our viewing area, so Upson County and potentially Taylor County, I'm not seeing much, but there's still rotation as of right now. And if it does broaden out, then that severe thunderstorm warning will be extended to places such as Upson and Taylor County. And we can see that bright color right there. That means really high winds. It all just depends on, is it going more towards the inflow? Is it more going towards the west, or is it continuing to be more of a straight line situation? So that tornado rotation, potentially tornadic rotation, just south of Waverly Hall, now going more into Talbot County. And with that new frame also continuing to show general weakening in general. I'm just going to move on out and show you a little bit more of that severe thunderstorm warning. So now, as you can see, the strongest of the winds are now outside of that polygon. So it's more towards the east of Griffin, just moved on to the through downtown Griffin. So I think they've had just really gusty winds at that point. Moved through Zebulon, so now it's going near Barnesville in Lamar County. And I could also see this also potentially going into Butts County as well. So as of right now, this is around that time where it's just moving into our neck of the woods, moving into our official viewing area. So I think Upson and Taylor County will see the worst of the weather coming up soon. But I'm just going to go through the future view just to show you what we're expecting for later today. And I'm just going to warn you, this model, the graph model that we typically use for most of our shows, it hasn't done the best job in terms of showing what's going on right now. That's the reason why I'm not putting much value in terms of the forecast from the future view, because as you can see, at this hour, it has this line still well into Alabama, just moving into Atlanta, and we know that's not true. It actually just happened earlier this morning. So I just want to show you why we're not buying this future view graph model as of right now, and I probably won't even use it in our shows potentially later today. And it has this system moving in to the areas such as Upson, Taylor County. The areas are getting close to seeing the arrival of the main line. It has this moving in at 4 in the morning. That's just a little problematic there. And then has it stall continuing into the late morning, and then into the afternoon, having that second round of rain. There you go. That cursor just moved on really fast. Sorry if it just like moved through as a speed of light. And then that main batch of rain will then move out during the late night hours. So this could be a all-day event, starting around now to potentially tomorrow late night. So that's why one of our main concerns is the potential flooding. This is the model that we're putting more in our value towards. So the high resolution model. I think this is the one that has the true solution to what we're going to see for later today. So as you can see, it's initializing really well. So we can see that the rain and the storms are just in the areas where we're currently seeing those severe thunderstorm warnings and that current tornado warning in Talbot County. And I do expect this to inch a little bit closer towards the northwestern counties. So there we go by 4, 5, and 6 o'clock. Moving more inland into places such as Bibb, so Macon and Houston County, Dooley County. And then as you can see, stalling at that moment. But I do think the severe thunderstorm window, or the window where we could see our highest chances of gusty winds and potentially a tornado, is around now, just because it's just running into that daytime heat. And then by the overnight hours, it should stall. That's where our main concern will shift from flooding, because of those northwestern counties keep constantly seeing those constant rounds of rain. I do think that they could see around 5 to maybe even 6 inches of rain. I think that could be possible during the overnight. It will then shift more towards the east. And I do think areas such as Lawrence County, Johnson County, Dodge County, and Telfair County, they'll see the rain at that point for tomorrow. Now the thing is, areas in the southeast, so the southeastern counties, Telfair, Wheeler, Montgomery, they're under now a level 2 out of 5 risk for severe weather. And this is just due to that line now moving more towards the east and running into more unstable warm air, because the air over here down to the southeast, that will be recovered as that daytime heat radiates the ground, providing the necessary fuel for storms to develop and fire up. So that's why I can see the SPC just giving that level 2 for those southeastern counties, as severe weather is possible for those areas for tomorrow afternoon. So I'm just going to go back to the satellite and radar. Just to see what our current situation is. All right, so the main line is now officially moving into Upson County. So just west of Thomaston, they're seeing the rain. I'm just going to see base velocity, just to see how strong the wind gusts are. The wind gusts are not as impressive for places west of Thomaston County, or not Thomaston County, sorry, places west of Thomaston in Upson County. But just looking towards our tornado warning just southwest of Upson County in Talbot County, the rotation still is relatively broad, but it's still there. It's still compact. It's not totally broken apart. And now it's moving towards the eastern part of that tornado warning, the tornado warning polygon. So it's going to be very interesting to see if the National Weather Service extends this tornado warning into places such as North Taylor County, South Upson County. That would just be very interesting to see. One thing, though, that I am concerned for Talbot County is in Geneva, you see the highest of the wind gusts there, the bright colors. That just means that the winds are just packing a punch. Could definitely be well up to 60 to potentially 70 miles per hour in those areas. And then one thing that's interesting to see, too, within this line, the severe weather has not necessarily been widespread. We've only seen just a couple of polygons just scattered across that main line. So that's another thing that's been relatively different than the other systems that we've seen. And the other systems that we've seen, it's just been one clean line, organized severe weather moving through. But since it's disorganized, it's just in specific spots where the winds just get a little too gusty. And as of this moment, those winds that are getting gusty, they're encountering wind shear. So with that wind shear, it just allows for rotation to occur. So that's why that tornado warning is in place along that sector where they're seeing really, really strong winds. And
David, also some positive news with that, though, is the fact that in the National Weather Service chat, they just said that the rotation's still there, but since it's broadening, they're going to let it expire over the next couple of scans, and they are going to continue this severe thunderstorm warning. So the storm that is warned, you can see the warning is a little bit further back now since they've gone with the tornado warning, but the one that you see that extends from the Alabama-Georgia state line, so right there at Columbus and I-85, they're going to extend that further downstream where this storm is pushing. So that will likely be our first severe thunderstorm warning for our area, but the good news with that is the rotation has broadened out enough that they think that unless something happens over the next few scans where it starts to tighten up again, which I will say I do still see somewhat of a signature right here, especially that tiny little yellow dot there. So we'll see if they just kind of hold it out to the end of the polygon and then maybe drop it. But we'll likely be looking at a severe thunderstorm warning in the next few minutes or so. But this is just kind of an area to keep our eye on aside from the rest of the line here. But hopefully it just stays broad enough, David, that they can just go ahead and kind of drop that and go with the severe thunderstorm warning for us.
Yeah, and I completely agree. And we're definitely seeing that trend as well. So it's really good that the National Weather Service also agrees with that. And what that also means is that we're most likely not going to see a tornado warning for the next couple of minutes just for the areas in Upson and Taylor County. So it's always good news to not have a potential tornado for central Georgia, but the chance is still there. And even though with the system having the main concerns being gusty winds and flooding, it just goes to show that tornado warnings and possible rotation are still possible. So that's good news. I think that the narrative, the main focus shifts more towards gusty winds as of this moment, because even with the rotation broadening out and generally weakening, these colors are still a little bit too bright. And I think even though there's no rotation, I think it still could pack some damaging winds, so winds that could potentially emulate maybe a tornado. So that's going to be something interesting to see, especially with that polygon being extended more towards the areas, more towards our most western counties, such as Taylor and Upson County, as Ansley just alluded to. So I'm just going to go a little bit more towards the north just to show you that severe thunderstorm warning that was moving into Lamar County, well, that has been officially expired, so that's good. Still seeing some gusty winds associated with that line right there. So I think right now we'll be into a special weather statement. Special weather statement is just the category, so kind of like a severe thunderstorm warning, but just a threshold below that, where they have winds packing near 40 miles per hour. So this is just moving into Barnesville in Lamar County, going into Butts County, just west of Jackson, west of I-75. So drivers, if heading northward into McDonough, into Atlanta, and then the complete opposite. If they're moving south into Macon through I-75, this is the area where they're going to experience some gusty winds and really heavy rain, which could impact visibility as well. We know that's just really, it's really hazardous when you're driving through I-75 and you just have that really big and heavy downpour, and it could impact driving as well. So there it is. So the severe thunderstorm warning has officially been extended. So now the severe weather has started here in central Georgia. So this polygon extends towards the northern half of Taylor County, just portions of Crawford County, the most western portion of Crawford County, and then south Upson County, just south of Thomaston. Culloden just falling short of this severe thunderstorm warning. But the thing that they're watching is this Boeing segment that produced that rotation. So I'm going to go back towards the base velocity right here. Rotation and weakening, as Ansley just mentioned, and what the National Weather Service just said, but still packing those winds. Winds potentially could be up to 60 to 70 miles per hour, and it's moving along this polygon, moving northeast into the areas within the polygon. So Upson County, Taylor County, and potentially Crawford County could be seeing those gusty winds, even with the rotation broadening out or weakening as of this moment.
I will say too, David, there is a pretty big hail core within kind of the worst of where that storm was sitting just a few minutes ago. So over Geneva and kind of just south of Talbotton, you can see the hail core there. Hail is over an inch in diameter in that region, so that's something to pay attention to as this kind of gets closer to Taylor County here. It may still kind of track with the hail. Again, it's good news that we lost the rotation there, but it definitely could kind of continue to show a hail signature, especially because if we just flip over to Just the regular reflectivity here, you can tell, first of all, just because of the lightning, but second of all, if we flip that off, that really dark purple segment that's still showing up, that's usually an indication that there's a pretty good hail signature there. So if we're still kind of getting these reflectivity values that are showing bright purple values like that, then we can kind of assume that there are still picking up on some hail in this storm. And of course, it does extend now into our viewing area. So we're going to pay attention for hail. And then, of course, we're going to keep watching this thing to make sure it doesn't try to rotate anymore. I'm not sure if David had the chance to show our updated tornado watch, but that is a look at it county by county. So it's kind of been extended to where that level 2 was, and I think that's what David was touching on just a few minutes ago. It originally existed only for Upson County, but now stretches from Macon all the way to Putnam. So that does include Peach County, Bibb, Jones, Jasper, Monroe, Crawford, and Taylor, but does not include Houston, Dooley, Twiggs, Wilkinson, Baldwin, or Hancock, or anybody south and east of there. So that's just kind of a look at, I guess, what we would say the next area that's probably going to be watching this line roll into it. Again, tornado watch does not mean, oh yeah, we're definitely going to see some warnings. It just means that the conditions are there. So with these severe thunderstorms, we're just going to be monitoring the rotation here, but it's definitely not looking quite as impressive, especially as what we saw on Monday. So hopefully with that little area of rotation that we just saw, things will kind of start calming down as we head into the next little bit or so while this line pushes into our area.
Yeah, definitely. And one of the positives that I saw from the tornado watch county by county outline was that they didn't extend it into the majority of central Georgia. So I think what is being communicated from the National Weather Service is that the stalls is still expected to occur for the most northwestern counties. Not necessarily a good thing for those areas, especially as we head into the timing in which the temperatures are at their warmest and most unstable. However, places towards the east, it seems like you could truly avoid the worst of this weather for later today. Maybe not even see any rain, not until tomorrow. So that's one of the things that caught my eye from that extension of the watch. Now looking more towards the rain and actually the lightning. So Ansley just pointed out that we have a really big hail core right near the rotation and near the areas where the winds are at their strongest. But seeing that increase in lightning, that just goes to show that that's where the convective activity is at its highest. But one thing that's promising is that it's not widespread. It's only for a specific sector of that line, something that wasn't the case as what we saw on Monday and some of the other systems that we saw this year. So that's good. We're just really hoping that it overworks itself and weakens. But as of right now, looking at the worst areas, Ansley just showed the hail core, but the worst sector, as you can see, is this sector of lightning right here. And you can see a little bit of purple, meaning a really intense downpour, and also showing potential for the hail core to grow. I'm going to go back to velocity just to check up on how our rotation is doing. And as you can see, very broad as of right now. Nothing compared to what we saw, I think, 20 minutes ago, where it was just a really tight couplet there. So it's broadening out. But this is my concern, though. This is that bright yellow colors right there. That's the gusty wind. So even though the tornado chances are decreasing, or the chances that it was even a confirmed tornado, even though that it's breaking apart, it's still producing gusty winds. And gusty winds can replicate some of the effects it has with tornadoes. So it's going to see where it's supposed to track. So far it's continuing to move more towards the northeast. So I think the most western part of Taylor County, just along that border, they're currently seeing those gusty winds. Potentially Butler may avoid this. They just scraped by. They're just south of that polygon, so that could be a good thing for Butler. I think it will be more of a northern type of thing for Taylor County to see those gusty winds. And I think Upson County will have the highest chances of seeing those gusty winds as well, just south of Thomaston. So that's one thing that I'm currently focused on, those really gusty straight line winds. And those are the main thing that we always highlight anytime we have a springtime system, those gusty straight line winds with that bowing segment here just south of Talbotton. So I'm just going to go back just to show you how this compares to the rest of central Georgia. Here is the velocity right here, reflectivity. So the main line also stretching well into Upson County, just towards the east of Thomaston. And the good thing is those areas are not experiencing much in terms of winds or any lightning as a source. It's mainly rain for these areas so far. Main storm, which actually it's good to say, the sole storm that we're seeing from this is that area of rotation, is that area of those gusty winds, but places more towards the north, seeing more of a rainmaker, just seeing just steady to heavy rain just north of Thomaston, heading into Lamar County, just seeing some lightning strikes in South Spalding County. But if you remember, this was an area where they just had a severe thunderstorm warning earlier in this hour, and I think the later portions of the 3 o'clock hour. So that's good. That just goes to show that it's weakening as it's moving into potentially Lamar County, potentially Monroe County. And one of the things that I was concerned about from our earlier shows was potentially Monroe County seeing the potential severe weather. But the good thing is, if this moves into Forsyth as rain, then that will overwork the atmosphere and drop those temperatures. That will limit the fuel needed for storms to fire up later and potentially cause severe weather. So that's my outlook for Monroe County. Now going more towards that strong portion of the line that's producing most of the trouble so far. So we see constant bouts of lightning. And now we're seeing that the winds are officially moving into Taylor County, the most northwestern part of Taylor County. So there's the bright color there. I'm just going to see what the radar indicated winds are.
I think also, David, I'm looking at the same exact section that you are, but maybe I just keep picking up from time to time on it, maybe trying to want to rotate just a little bit. And they tagged this severe thunderstorm as tornado possible. So I think while we're kind of watching this specific area track into central Georgia, I think just being really aware that this is a severe thunderstorm warning that has shown some signs of rotation in the past. If we take it back a couple scans, what's flagging my attention is when we keep seeing this like tiny little yellow value there. That's what I keep seeing. It's trying to tighten back up from time to time. I'm kind of in talks with the National Weather Service right now about their thoughts on that. But I think that they still continue to maintain that they're going to let it expire. But I do think at the very least, that's an indication that the wind speeds right there are really strong, which is what you were just talking about. But I think that we're just going to want to keep our eye on this, specifically if you are kind of in the north end of Taylor County and the southern end of Monroe County where this severe thunderstorm warning extends to. Just being aware, this is an area that's tried to kind of rotate in and out here, but at the very least, I think that shows some signs it's got gusty winds that are capable of probably doing some damage. So the National Weather Service just got back to me as I'm talking, and they said that they're still going to let this expire. So no tornado warning as of now, but it's still something that I'm paying attention to. I'm still picking up on a little bit of rotation from time to time.
Yeah, and I don't blame you, because if you notice that east or the most western sector where the colors are brighter for that red portion, that is now becoming a little bit more brighter. Earlier it was starting to become darker, which typically means darker the colors, the less the winds are blowing. So because this is now picking up in terms of the brightness and color, that is also catching my eye. So Ansley, I don't blame you there, and I'm glad that you're communicating with the National Weather Service in terms of potentially extending this, but thankfully they're not. But we'll continue to watch this rotation. But the main thing as of right now, since they're not going to extend that tornado warning, is of course the straight line winds associated with this little light blue sector right here just towards the southeast of Talbotton and now moving into Butler. Of course, we don't want this to rotate, but still it's going to produce very gusty winds for those areas. So winds that could just replicate some of the damage from low-end tornadoes. We've seen many events through this year where we have really gusty straight line winds. Hurricane Helene was one of those events. Now, obviously, this is not Hurricane Helene. This is nothing close to that. But I just want to show you the impact that straight line winds have. Now, the good thing is this is the only sector so far that we're seeing these really gusty winds. If I move it back, it's mainly rain for the rest of the northwestern counties. Now, that's a good thing. As you can see, winds broadening out as it moves into Monroe County, just northwest of Forsyth, going into I-75, and then just west of Jackson. Winds are starting to pick up, but nothing compared to what West Taylor County is currently experiencing. And just showing you the reflectivity, not much in terms of lightning activity. So as you can see, the lightning activity towards the north only seeing a couple of lightning strikes, but it's mainly rain. And then as we head back to the area where they have the rotation and the really bad straight line winds towards West Taylor County, seeing that pocket of lightning, that just goes to show that the convective activity is really high for that sector. But the overall message is it's only for this sector. It's only for that sliver in West Taylor County. For the majority of the northwestern counties, only seeing rain and a couple of lightning strikes. So that's good. It's not widespread, but we still have to keep an eye on the gusty winds. Ansley, I see you have the hail core pulled up, so can you give us an update on whether it grew or it's still continuing in size?
It's maintaining strength, which I think was kind of my point in just mentioning the fact that it's still, I think the whole point of showing the fact that there's still some sign of rotation was me just kind of saying this is still holding on to its strength a good quip. So if you are in Taylor County, then this is heading towards you and maintaining a good bit of the hail parameter as well. I think I was getting, and I'm not able to, I'll try to zoom in a little closer to get a slightly better reading than that, but we were getting close to 2 inches in diameter on the hail core here. So really a gusty storm, and yeah, hail up to 2 inches, still in Talbot County, but this is now starting to make its way over into Taylor County. If you're curious, kind of more location by location, it looks to be moving kind of just north of Butler, and I do think that the warning itself actually extends north of Butler. Let me flip the reflectivity on to be sure. Yeah, so this is, if you're in Taylor County, north of the Butler area, but it does include Thomaston in Upson County, and then it extends kind of into the very western corner of Crawford County. So if you're in Roberta, that does not include you. But definitely, if you are from about Butler to Thomaston, I just want you to be paying attention. There is a storm with a lot of hail. When I checked the lightning strikes just a few minutes ago, I also saw lightning strikes. I think my number was 460. So a lot of lightning, heavy hail, and then from time to time, it's wanted to try to rotate. So this is, I know we have severe thunderstorm warnings all the time. You may be thinking to yourself, I don't really need to take this one seriously. This is one that I would just be paying attention to as it rolls over your area. The hope here is that maybe it just kind of burns itself out as it pushes further into central Georgia. And I will also say it's moving really, really slow. It's moving only at 35 miles an hour. So hopefully it can kind of burn itself out even before it pushes too far into Taylor and Upson counties. But while this warning extends into those areas, we'll just keeping our eye on it. But those are kind of the biggest threats. And like you said, David, honestly, slightly positive because elsewhere things are below the severe weather threshold. So the wind speeds elsewhere, not so bad, even if you're hearing thunder, even if you're seeing lightning, all those things.
And those were the areas where the severe weather chances were at their highest. They're outlining that level 2 out of 5 risk. So just seeing mainly rain and a couple of lightning strikes for the rest of the northwestern counties, that's a good thing. We just don't want to see what we're currently seeing for West Taylor County, in which hail size close to 2 inches. I honestly believe that that's the largest hail core of the year so far. Even with the multiple fronts that we've seen that has caused severe weather, I think that's the largest that I've seen. So not necessarily good news in terms of the hail core. Hopefully it will decrease in size, and typically it will decrease in size once it overworks itself. But 2 inches, just to give you a reference, to constitute as a severe thunderstorm warning, one of the things that is neat is 1 inch in terms of diameter for hail. That would issue a severe thunderstorm warning. So 2 inches, that's just double the size of that. So that's really large hail being present for the northwestern portions of Taylor County. Now, in terms of seeing where the worst of the winds are, I'm just going to go back to the base velocity. And we're seeing that now the gusty winds, you saw maybe earlier that it was a little bit larger. That sector that I was pointing at, it was larger. Now it's starting to broaden out as it moves through North Taylor County. That is a good thing. That's a really good thing because it's the areas that are experiencing those really gusty straight line winds, they're not as much as what we initially anticipated just a couple of minutes ago. So it's weakening there, starting to decrease in color. General rule of thumb, the darker the color, the better it is in terms of wind speed. So that's good. Not seeing anything extreme as compared to what we saw earlier just a couple of minutes ago. And if we go more towards the north, where we have the other Boeing segment, so the other area of gusty winds, this is now going more north of Forsyth, and so North Monroe County in general, just moved through High Falls just to the east of it. And also we're seeing that the gusty winds are moving through Jackson But as I mentioned, it's nothing impressive. It's below that severe weather threshold for winds, and it's nothing compared to what we're currently seeing for the northern areas of Taylor County. So I am now going to go back towards the radar just to show you where the lightning strikes are. And actually, I'm going to take away lightning strikes because it's covering something that I want to show. It's covering where the heaviest the rain is. So let's take away the lightning if I'm able to do that. Having a little. Okay, there we go. So lightning is off. So you can see the purple, the pink right here. That's where the rain is at its most intense, moving just east of Talbotton, going into those areas where the winds are packing a punch. So that's also something to take a look at as well, because as we've been mentioning, the other concern has been potentially flooding. So if we see more areas where they're lighter in color, red, that means that the rain is heavier and we're experiencing downpours. And if this system stalls for later this afternoon and evening, well, this could be more of a prominent thing that will occur for later today. So we could potentially see some high rainfall totals associated with that as well. So that could be sort of a writing of the wall to what's to come for later today, just constant rounds of rain and potentially storms. But I do think the storm chances, the window for severe weather, will be during this hour and for until 7 o'clock, right before sunset. Because once we take away the heat, once we take away those temperatures that could potentially be unstable, then that will just lower the dynamics and take away some of the fuel needed for these storms to develop. So I'm going to bring back lightning, and I'm going to go back to winds, and I'm putting storm relative velocity. This gives us a better idea in terms of rotation. And as you can see, the rotation is still relatively there, but it's still nothing compared to what it was earlier at this hour. And seeing that the winds have actually picked up just east of Talbotton. So you can see the bright yellow right there. That means that the winds are picking up and they're packing a relative punch as it's going through Taylor County. And as I just moved there, that just showed a difference in radar.
I think generally it's looking a lot better, in my opinion.
Oh, it's looking a lot better.
Yeah, and it's also, we're getting less lightning strikes. We're seeing the hail core starting to shrink. So generally I'm feeling better about this line as it moves into Taylor and Upson counties here, which was kind of what we hoped, right? That some of the fuel from down below would get choked out by some of the rain. So now it seems like it is showing some signs of weakening. So positive news for my folks in Taylor and Upson counties. It does look like it's getting a little better. And while I have you, I'll do the hail core one more time as well. Remember, just a minute ago, we were looking at hail 2 inches in diameter. Now we're only seeing hail about 1 inch in diameter. So still, it's a gusty thunderstorm nonetheless. It still has some hail with it, and it's still, just having a lot of lightning strikes, but compared to what we were looking at just a few minutes ago, and I'll even take you back a couple of scans. I like to do that just for some perspective for what we're looking at. You can even see the lightning strikes, there's still plenty. There was a lot more really clustered together a few minutes ago, and even if I turn those off, just where you're seeing, you kind of saw that hail core develop there, and then it's kind of starting to broaden out and maybe mixing with a little bit more rain, which is why we're getting a different reflectivity value. The same thing is echoed in the rotation. Let's take the rotation back a little bit also. Really not seeing much of anything now. I would say this is really just some winds. We're not really talking about an area of rotation anymore. Earlier you could see where it was trying to turn. So compared to where we're sitting, or compared to where we were sitting when the tornado warning was originally issued, we were looking at a pretty robust thunderstorm, but now it's definitely starting to show some signs of weakening heading into Upson and Taylor counties. So good news there. And like David and I have both been saying, really kind of good news elsewhere as well in terms of the fact that we don't have a lot of warnings. And I'm encouraged by that as well, David, because of what I see further towards Butts and Monroe counties, where it kind of looks like it's trying to bow, but the fact that the winds have stayed below severe thunderstorm threshold makes me think maybe it'll kind of even out there. Yeah,
in that bow sector, that sector had a severe thunderstorm warning earlier.
Yeah,
I think
right.
earlier this hour, or maybe the last hour, as it moved through Spalding County, they had winds of up to 60 miles per hour, and it was pretty similar to what we're seeing right now for North Taylor County. So seeing those bright colors, now it's just looking less impressive. So that's good in general, and hopefully it follows that similar trend where the severe thunderstorm warning gets downgraded into that special weather statement which is just the threshold below severe thunderstorm warning. So that's a really good thing. As you mentioned, generally this is weakening, and we're not seeing anything else in terms of other areas that could potentially spawn another severe thunderstorm warning. One thing I'm going to use, so I'm going to go to the Futureview. So I'm seeing a lot of comments asking for what's going to go on for later today and just an outlook on how the storm and potentially the system will influence us for the next day as well. So this model has done a terrible job so far. Today it's been terrible showing the exact locations of everything. It showed that this system was well into Alabama, and we knew that wasn't true. The system's moving into Upson and Taylor County. Now it's done a little bit of a better job initializing, so taking all the conditions that we're seeing right now and using that for its current model. So let's see what it has in store for us. We've been mentioning all throughout the past couple of days a potential stall for the northwestern counties. And obviously the severe weather chances, they're high as of right now at this moment, but that's just because it's before sunset. We know temperatures are well into the 80s, so that could potentially make the air unstable. And that's what we're seeing, and that's why we had a hail core of up to 2 inches, which is absolutely ridiculous. But just to show you what this model has for this system, it has it moving a little bit towards the east, but still stalling, just like what it's doing right now. And Ansley mentioned it's a slow mover. It's not as fast as the past couple of systems. So just to show you, it will relatively stall. This is based off this model. It shows that it will stall, and then there could be a brief lull late at night, but then it'll be constant rounds of rain and potentially rumbles of thunder. Then it will move more towards the east. So counties that may miss out completely on the rain, such as Dodge County, Lawrence County, Washington County, Johnson County, finally getting into that action tomorrow morning. Now, it will then move into these areas and finally depart those eastern counties by tomorrow late night. That's why we're stressing a potential flooding event, because this is going to park itself. It'll stall and give continuous rounds of rain, and that's why we're always saying watch out potentially for potential flooding for the northwestern counties. So I'm going to go back to the satellite and radar just to show you what's going on right now, and hopefully that was able to satisfy some of the questions asking for the outlook for later today. Like I said, some places in the east may miss out completely from the rain and the storms from today. So looking more in the reflectivity, so the really heavy downpours just moving south of Upson County, not even into Taylor County, but we just know that the winds are relatively strong in North Taylor County. Seeing just a slight downpour south of Thomaston, but all in all, in terms of the winds, as Ansley mentioned, not that impressive. Seeing a Boeing 7, so bright colored winds just north of Taylor County. So I think Butler could be experiencing some of the gusts as of right now. But in terms of that rotation, I think it's relatively gone at this point.
Yeah, I'm glad to see it go for sure.
It's disorganized. It's scattered.
It looks a lot better.
I'm not buying that we're going to reissue another tornado warning. I think that rotation as of right now could be on its final legs.
Yeah, I hope so too. It definitely seems better than what we saw before.
And I see that you have a rain.
Yeah, I'm trying to see. I was trying to take it off your hands for a second there. I was trying to pull up the rainfall totals while you were on the topic of flooding. Our parameter here is kind of having a hard time, probably because it's trying to pick up on how much rain we've seen kind of in North Georgia just throughout this morning. This thing has just, like you said, David, parked and just dumped a ton of rain into kind of the northwest corner of Georgia. And you can see even kind of over western Alabama and eastern Mississippi where we're getting those dark purple values. We're talking of close to probably over 6 inches of rain over there. I'll kind of click around here and see if I can just get a couple of values here, but we've certainly packed on the rainfall totals further out towards our north and west, and kind of expecting a similar story, maybe not quite as much as what happened in western Alabama, but we are in a flood watch for some of our northern counties. I believe it's Jasper, Putnam, Monroe, and Upson, if I remember correctly, and I actually can just pull it up instead of just guessing. But that is one of the things that we're going to be watching, and with this line, there has been several areas of flash flood warnings kind of throughout the day and the morning as Well, it is Jasper, Upson, and Monroe, and I'm going to keep looking for that specific warning box. But yeah, there's just kind of a look at what this thing has done for the past little while. And like we said, it's going to be something we're dealing with through most of tomorrow as well, after this thing kind of just transitions over to mostly rain. So it'll be a pretty good rainmaker for most everybody here, especially our northwestern counties. We'll see if, like you're talking about, David, with the models having some trouble figuring out what they're going to do. But if we can get this thing into our southeastern counties by tomorrow, then they'll see a pretty good amount of rainfall as well. But the totals will definitely start packing on here very soon.
Oh, absolutely. And especially just south of Birmingham, where they had the really high rainfall totals. I think that could be a little bit of a preview, mainly for the northwestern counties, where they're expecting that stall. Now, we do have one update. They're extending that severe thunderstorm warning. So this is now extended for the northern half of Crawford County, northern half of Bibb County. This is going through the Macon city limits, and then going into Jones County, just a little bit east of Gray. That's where the polygon ends. But the majority of Jones County is under that severe thunderstorm warning, and this will be in effect. Let me see when it's into effect. Ansley, do you know the specific time of when it will expire?
It says, I believe, 5 p.m.
Well, that was the old
that's
one. For the other one. That's
So
for the
we're
original one.
Both clicking around for the info here.
Let's see the date.
5:30.
5:30. Okay.
There we go.
So 5:30 is when this severe thunderstorm warning should expire. And then also, as I forgot to mention, South Monroe County is within that severe thunderstorm warning as well. So what they're following is this sector right here. Now, something really good that I'm seeing is that it's looking like it's weakening as compared to what it was earlier, where it spawned some rotation and had a tornado warning and had really gusty winds. Well, it's weakening, and one thing that indicates the weakening is the decrease in lightning. If you've been following the stream for a long period of time, you may have remembered just a horde of lightning in that sector where the rotation was at its highest and it had really high hail cores. Well, we're seeing less and less frequent lightning in those areas. So that's a good thing. And I think the main reason why they're extending that severe thunderstorm warning is because we still have some spots of some gusty winds. It's not as widespread, so it's not some really robust line of winds moving into counties and everyone will feel it in the county. I do think it's just a specific spot where winds are just relatively high, and I think the spot is right near that core where it's bringing some heavy rain north of Taylor County, south of Upson County. So the gusty winds are just towards the north of Butler in North Taylor County, and you can see it right here with that bright red. In terms of rotation, not seeing much. Some of the definition of the rotation was a little better than what we saw just 10 minutes ago, but still, I think it's nothing to consider a tornado warning. But in terms of the winds, that's why the severe thunderstorm warning was extended into these areas. So I think the places where they'll see the gusty winds in the next couple of minutes, I think it will be for the western portion of Crawford County, potentially Roberta. I think the western side of Roberta could see some gusty winds. Culloden, it all depends on if this extends. As I mentioned, the area of gusty winds is relatively small. It's not as widespread. So if this continues to move towards its current track towards the northeast, maybe Culloden will miss out on the gusty winds. So that could definitely be a possibility. But if it goes through its current track, I think Lizella may see some gusty winds. But as of right now, it's a little too early to tell. But that severe thunderstorm warning was extended into those areas. So main story, north of Macon, so North Bibb County, northern half of Crawford County, South Monroe, and the majority of Jones County are within that severe thunderstorm warning as of right now. So going into the hail, because of course, hail is one of those things that always indicate the health and the current state of the storm. As Ansley showed, when it was at 2 inches in terms of diameter, that's when the storm was at its strongest. But sometimes the storm can get too strong and it'll choke itself out, it'll choke its own supply. And what we're seeing is that there's still hail recorded, but it's not necessarily as robust, it's not necessarily as large as what it was earlier. So meaning that the hail cores are getting smaller, and when hail cores get smaller within that main center of convection, the center of where the storms are getting strong, that means that the general health of that storm is weakening and worsening as well. But still, hail is being recorded north of Taylor County, where the winds are also strongest. And that's also another thing that we've been seeing. Where the wind gusts are strong, just right behind it is where the hail core follows. So I think the hail core is also a good indicator of where the locations of the strongest winds are. So north of Taylor County is where we're seeing some potential hail. It seems like it's less than an inch. I'm just going to see how much it is right now. So half an inch, not necessarily as impressive, just short of a severe thunderstorm warning tag. But this core is moving now into places such as West Crawford County, South Upson County as well. And then we also have a surrounding hail core as well, just a little bit less than that. So if this was half an inch, I truly expect this to be way less than that. Let me ask what the size is for this surrounding. Let's see. Okay, a little bit less than half an inch as well. So around that same size, but nothing too impressive. But in terms of the location and what it's doing, the smaller the hail core, the better in terms of what we're expecting, the worse the storms are getting. So that's good. And as you can see, that main hail core has absolutely disappeared. So that's really good. I mean, it goes to show that the storms are weakening overall. Is nothing compared to what it was earlier on this hour. So I'm just going to delete what I just asked. Let's see if I can. There we go. Oh, not necessarily could delete that. But I'm just going to scroll back and go back towards the wind's velocity. And there we go. So the winds are starting to pick up just northeast of Butler. I think Reynolds, in a short amount of time, they could see some gusty winds, even if they're not in the severe weather polygon. Still around that south side of that polygon, seeing a sector of gusty winds. But the winds, the main core of the winds that tag the severe thunderstorm warning, the reason why this severe thunderstorm warning happened, is now moving into the southwestern portion of Crawford County. So the southwestern Crawford County getting into the gusty winds. I think Upson County not seeing much in terms of winds anymore. So this could potentially go into Roberta if it continues to follow this track. And I mentioned Culloden earlier. Culloden could miss out on the gusty winds as long as it continues to stay in terms of the size of the sector. So that could definitely be a possibility. But the main story is the gusty winds are not as widespread, but could definitely still pack a punch for areas such as West and Southwest Crawford County. So going back into reflectivity, seeing still some lightning strikes, nothing compared to earlier in this hour, but we're also seeing heavy rain, seeing the purple rain cores, so meaning really heavy rain on the scale. That's the current story for South Upson County. We didn't see those gusty winds, so I think Upson County in general now dealing with the rain. I think the worst of the storm has gone through Upson County, and now in terms of gusty storms and the main impacts from the system is now being focused on West Crawford County. And as I mentioned, Culloden not seeing much in lightning strikes, could see some rumbles of thunder, but all in all, I think Culloden could be missing out from the worst of this storm, even though it's within that severe thunderstorm warning polygon. Ansley, do you have any updates
Yeah,
you can
sure.
share?
Well, I was just kind of peeking my eye around all elsewhere aside from just our severe thunderstorm warning, because we just have the one, right? But you're probably hearing some thunder elsewhere. You maybe are seeing some lightning. You're hearing the rain come down. So let's just kind of do a pulse check on the whole system here. If we take a look at this line, it's pretty easy to spot the areas that are the strongest. That's typically the case when we have big lines like this, where you can see the dark colors and where you can just also see clusters of lightning, things like that. And of course, a dead giveaway is where we have our severe thunderstorm warning. But north of this warning, we've kind of had this area over in Jasper and kind of now leaving Butts County, heading into Jasper County. It's taken that shape that we typically call bowing. You've probably heard us say that before. When it starts to get rounded like that, that just means that the wind speeds are all getting really, really concentrated in this area. So they're getting a little bit gusty here. So there's still some signs of that here heading into Jasper County. If you're in Monticello, this is kind of heading in your direction. There is no warnings on this, but you're probably going to see the winds get really gusty here in the next few minutes, as well as start to hear the rain come down. And with a lot of rain, sometimes that can really loosen up the soil, and that can cause problems for trees coming down, things like that. So just something to pay attention to there, as some pretty high wind speeds, and I can actually check the value on those. Luckily, the positive thing is when you have an area that's pretty gusty like that or showing signs of bowing, normally when you flip over to the velocity, you look for signs of really bright reflectivity values, so really bright colors, but I'm not seeing anything that's super bright. I'm seeing some kind of dull reds and dull greens, which means the winds are still probably pretty gusty there, but hopefully just not quite as gusty as what we're seeing further to the south. Definitely not 1 mile an hour. I think I'm just not quite able to grab a good pixel there. We're probably sitting at a good clip higher than that, but elsewhere, and I'll flip back over to the reflectivity so we can keep talking about this. We're starting to see rain and probably some gusty winds over in Berner and Juliet, which is kind of north of our warning. And then our warning is still just kind of now moving into Crawford County. Something that I've said a few times, just because it's something that's on my mind, is just how slow this thing is moving. So it's really taking its time. The specific warning, I believe, is moving at 35 miles per hour. So even if we just took kind of the worst section here and timed it out all the way to the end of the warning, that's not even talking about kind of Amerson, like end of Bibb County area, until another hour from now. So this is just going to be one of those things that just kind of takes a while. You may be sitting under some heavy rain for quite some time. Hopefully the worst parts in terms of the strongest wind speeds, the most lightning, things like that, hopefully that will kind of roll over quickly enough. But yeah, if you see yourself in this severe thunderstorm warning and you're thinking, okay, when is this going to be to me? It really won't be in the Bibb, kind of Jones County areas for quite some time now, probably another close to an hour from now, just because of how slow moving these little storms are. And then further towards our south, now this is something else we've kind of been talking about all day. Big picture here, we're talking mainly about the northern half of central Georgia, kind of south of this line right here, is not really going to see a lot of impacts tonight. This storm is really moving in kind of a overall an easterly direction. So it's kind of going to keep pushing up from Alabama here into our northern half, and it may take a while for our southern half here to start to see even really some rain. I kind of said that on the streams earlier. It may just take a while, may not seem like it's coming towards you, but we just got a really slow moving system that's really going to take its time getting into our southeastern county. So if you're looking for kind of a wellness check from Dublin, from Lawrence County, from Chris, Telfair, Wheeler, Dodge, all those kind of areas, it's just going to take some time to get to those spots. But honestly, that's a good thing. You know, we don't want to throw everybody in the same area at the same time. But that's kind of just overall the big picture with what's going on right now. Just a slow mover that's really going to dump a lot of rain. And like you said, David, this is kind of the window, right, where we're watching for severe weather the most.
Yeah, that's right. And also a little bit of an update in terms of severe thunderstorm warnings. So they just officially expired that severe thunderstorm warning that went in through Upson, Taylor, and the most western part of Crawford County. But I want to put an asterisk on Crawford County because I think that's a little misleading, because most of Crawford County, the northern part of Crawford County, is still within that severe thunderstorm warning. So I think the places such as Upson, Taylor County, they already saw the worst of the storm move through. So that's really good news to see. So hopefully I think you'll be more in the clear for later today, as you'll experience the overworked atmosphere just based off how strong that storm was as it moved in. That will definitely cause some of the energy to just be used up for any potential later storms for later today. And what I'm seeing is that even though we're still under a severe thunderstorm warning for places such as Crawford, the upper half of Bibb, and the southern half of Monroe, and the majority of Jones County, I'm not seeing much in terms of potential strengthening of this storm. So that's really good. And as Ansley mentioned, that main window that we could see severe weather would be 5 to 7 o'clock right before sunset, where the temperatures are at their highest and it's potentially unstable. So when that front moves into that warm, unstable air, that's when we'll see the highest chances of severe weather. And then there's the beep, meaning there's always an update, not seeing anything change. I think they're beeping that because they just expired that severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, I think our graphics took
Yeah.
it kind of late.
There's
they,
always
they
a
said
little
they
bit
were
of a
gonna
delay.
expire. Exactly. They just expired the one for, I think it was Upson
Yeah.
and Taylor.
And the
then-
most western part of Crawford
Yes.
County, but I think the worst of the storm is currently in technically West Crawford County, just west of Roberta. So as you can see, the gusty winds, and when I mean gusty, not at all anything compared to what it was an hour ago, but still I think it could pack some winds, maybe close to 50, 40, potentially 60, but it's going now towards the northeast, and I think Roberta will be seeing those signs of some gusty winds in a short matter of time. Now, Ansley, I also want to talk about when you did that path, when you showed the potential path and how much of a slow mover it is. I'm a little curious on this warning being only until 5:30 because
Yeah, that's
you
a great
mentioned that it was going to potentially come into Macon in the next hour, but this is only for the next 30 minutes. So it's going to be interesting just to see if they do another polygon just to counteract the slowness of this storm.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I think that the beeping that we just heard too, to transition just a little bit, is actually the extension of the tornado watch. So I don't want you to read too much into this whole thing. All that the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center is really doing is saying, okay, we're still kind of with some of the daytime heating that we've had throughout the day today, and now this line is starting to push into central Georgia. So while it does that, and while there's still fuel left over in the atmosphere, we're just going to say that the conditions are still there for tornadoes. So they've extended it. Right now, it previously extended from kind of Macon to Putnam County, I believe, including Jones, Bibb, Peach, and Macon counties. Now it includes Crisp, Dooley, Houston, Twiggs, Wilkinson, Baldwin, Bleckley, and Pulaski counties. So just a slight extension further towards the east, as this line probably can kind of continue making its way a little further east into our area here. And that's kind of the latest update with that, but nothing to be overly concerned about. They're just kind of saying, okay, all the ingredients are here, so we're just going to keep watching these storms as they roll across, which is what we've been doing the whole time. Now we just kind of have an official graphic on it.
Yeah, and that's right. And so far, we've only seen one rotation in Georgia, and it was relatively strong, but it was more towards the west of Taylor County. And as we saw, it weaken in that short amount of time. We didn't see any extensions towards the polygon. So that's a good thing, and we're not seeing any signs of rotation as of right now. I just want to remind everyone about the current outlook and why I always stress the window for potential severe weather, 5 to 7 o'clock, and it's the level 2 out of 5 risk, so the areas that have a higher chance of seeing severe weather for the northwestern counties, places that are already seeing the rain and the storm. So what the SPC, what the Storm Prediction Center were expecting was that the chances of severe weather was going to be more prevalent at this time. And what we're seeing is that we have a severe thunderstorm warning for places such as Crawford, Bibb County, Jones, and the southern portion of Monroe County. But what we're seeing is that it's generally weakening. So that's always a good thing, meaning that once it goes into the overnight, once the dynamics, once the energy for storm development is cut off, that means that the chances overall will decrease. So that's good. The less we see right now, the better, because that typically just would go, it'll be the writing on the wall, meaning that if we don't see much right now, probably nothing in the overnight, hopefully so. Now, going back towards the radar in terms of the reflectivity, seeing some increased lightning strikes just north of Roberta. So I think Roberta is now seeing the worst of the storm, seeing that main line approaching their neck of the woods. So they're experiencing some lightning strikes, and I think you could experience that breeze right before the front moving in. And then the intense downpours are also towards the western part of Crawford County. In terms of Taylor County, they just had the worst of the storm move in, so that's good. Now I think it's now more of a rainmaker for those areas. Same thing for Upson County as well. We also are seeing nothing much for Monroe County, even though Monroe County is within that severe thunderstorm warning. The rain isn't really impressive. I think it's just steady rain at this moment. And we're also not seeing any lightning strikes for any of these areas towards Monroe County, just some old lightning strikes north of Berner, but all in all, nothing impressive. I think the lightning strikes are within the core of the gusty winds, just south of Culloden, entering Roberta as of right now. So I'm just going to see where it is. Okay, So this is the sector, and I think this sector is the main reason why we have a severe thunderstorm warning in the first place, because if we didn't have this at all, I think everyone would be right now in the clear. But this is just the main pocket of winds that is just currently producing some really gusty winds. I think right now it could be up to 50, maybe 60 miles per hour as it moves into Roberta. So if you're in Roberta as of right now, just be prepared for some gusty winds in the next couple of moments as this system is now moving in. As I mentioned, you're already experiencing lightning strikes, but I think that sector of gusty winds is currently moving into your area. And then just looking more towards the future, if it continues to move in this direction towards the northeast, maybe Lizella, if that pocket.
I'm wondering if it will continue in that northeasterly direction. That's kind of what I was just about to ask you, because over the last couple scans or so, at least that area that we're watching closest that you're talking about right now with the winds, it seems to kind of be moving more easterly, like pushing further into Crawford County. So we'll see if maybe they make an edit to our polygon or anything like that. But it does kind of seem like at least that section that we're watching, you can tell, right? It's kind of on the very corner of our warning here. So I'm wondering if maybe they're going to kind of trim or change the shape of our polygon if the direction of the line has changed at all, because it does seem to be pushing a little bit more easterly.
And what's interesting, though, is that most of the polygon is towards the northeast.
Right.
And they're not under the strong winds as what we're currently seeing right now. So that's
Right.
really interesting, because that main pocket of winds is just towards that southern half of the polygon. I think the southern half of the sector of strong winds aren't necessarily in the polygon in itself.
Right.
So that could just goes to show that if you're not in the polygon, if you're currently not under a severe thunderstorm warning, I would still be kind of on guard, especially if you live in Crawford County, because yeah, Ansley made a great point. I mean, it is moving a little bit towards the east, and with that new radar scan, it's actually moving just south of Roberta. I still think there is a little bit of a northern component to it, but I don't think it's as much.
Maybe, and that
as
may
compared
have,
to like what the polygon shows.
that may have been the original direction of the system too. Maybe now it's shifting a little bit more easterly. I just say that too because with the extension of the tornado watch just fully east, it may be kind of just taking a more due easterly direction here. But we'll keep our eye on it over the next few scans or so and kind of see how that pans out.
Yeah, and also like one of the main components of the storm is that it's moving easterly. And we saw that earlier today as it moved through Atlanta, but then it had moments of stalling where it moved only northeasterly, but it didn't move necessarily as much towards the east as much. It moved towards the north. It sort of just stalled a bit. Honestly, this system has been giving us a headache in terms of forecasting because it looks like it stalls and then it moves and then it stalls. And if the forecast is right, if everything goes to plan, we're expecting this to stall overnight for those counties in the northwest. And then once we get into the early morning tomorrow, then it will move into the eastern counties. That's why there is a chance that counties such as Johnson, Washington, Lawrence County could completely miss out on the rain and any potential rumbles of thunder for later today. They'll get the action tomorrow. So all in all, this is a very weird characteristic that we're seeing, just some weird behavior from the system.
Yeah.
So we'll keep an eye on it. But as of right now, still Roberta, just the general vicinity of Roberta, potentially seeing those gusty winds. If it moves more towards the east, moves more towards the north, I still think some of the impacts, some of the influences from that sector will be felt in Roberta. And as Ansley mentioned, it'll be interesting to see if this gets modified a little bit, just more towards the south, because I don't think that
I do think
Monroe County will get it.
I do think you have a point about kind of, and I'm looking at it on the radar on my phone that's moving. So let me put this radar in motion to kind of show you what David was just talking about. When we put it into motion, it does kind of have a northerly push just a little bit. So maybe that specific area of wind that we're watching is moving a bit more due east, but it does kind of have a northerly component to it. And I also wanted to mention by showing you this radar scan here, I flipped the warnings off. So there is still an active severe thunderstorm warning. I also flipped the lightning off. So there also is still a good bit of lightning. But if you pay kind of attention here, I was mentioning just a few minutes ago the strong winds that were moving into Jasper County, right over Monticello now. It's almost a very similar shape here to what's actually going on in Roberta, but you can see just a little bit more strength in Crawford County as opposed to Jasper County. And instead of going with a severe thunderstorm warning for Jasper County, the National Weather Service has gone with what we call a special weather statement, which you've probably heard us say that a couple of times. It just means that the winds are still strong. There's still a good bit of lightning in that area, and it's still a pretty strong thunderstorm, but it's just not quite at severe thunderstorm warning threshold. So that's kind of what's going on in Jasper. I know I mentioned that just a few minutes ago. The winds are pretty gusty right now over Shadydale and Monticello, and that will be pushing into Putnam County before too long. So no official warning on that, but if you are in that area, you probably are experiencing some pretty gusty winds there. And I just also thought it was kind of interesting how they both had kind of that same shape appearance to them, to their gusty winds, but you can tell that the one in Crawford County definitely is packing more of a punch still. It's kind of interesting almost how much it's held on to the strength down there in Crawford County. I'm glad that it's weakened since the kind of first couple scans that we had, but yeah, it's still a gusty little thunderstorm over there in Roberta.
You know what's really funny? Just now,
I see it.
a second ago, maybe the National Weather Service is listening to us, but they now extended that polygon officially more towards the south. So they're probably seeing that core that we've been tracking in West Crawford County, just southwest of Roberta, or probably entering Roberta as of right now. That's moving a little bit more towards the east, and I thought that was the main reason for this severe thunderstorm warning, as I think the winds are close to severe in terms of the constitution of a severe thunderstorm warning. So this is now extended for the northern part of Peach County. So Byron is within that severe thunderstorm polygon. The rest of Crawford County, so all of Crawford County has been into a severe thunderstorm warning. And then all of Bibb County. So now it's getting into that southern portion. And then just north of Twiggs County, seeing that severe thunderstorm warning as well. So Dry Branch is within that polygon. And I also see that the most southern portions of Jones County as well is within that new severe thunderstorm warning polygon, but just not the most eastern portion. So not this portion that borders Baldwin County. So it's really interesting to see that extension. I also think that the severe thunderstorm warning that is for the northern half of Bibb County, the northern half of Crawford County, I think also it follows to this core right here, seeing intense lightning. Actually, the lightning has picked up significantly in the past couple of minutes. Not a good sign. It means that the storm is relatively recovering. So we're seeing some frequent lightning just north of Roberta. I think Roberta just saw the worst of the storm, so it's now moving more towards the northeast with that pocket of wind going also towards the east as well. Let's see the hail, because I mentioned hail is a good indicator of the health of the storm. So even though we've seen some strengthening over the past couple of minutes, not seeing much in terms of hail size, seeing that hail core well into Roberta. So Roberta could have saw some penny-sized hail, nothing too impressive, but if the hail core is still there, it means that there's still some convection going on. I'm going to go back to reflectivity just to show. So in the main sector of the winds that was strongest for the wind gusts were south of Roberta, but that core in terms of heavy rain and frequent lightning still moving towards the areas within that north polygon going into Lizella and potentially South Monroe County. And I just saw a comment saying that the winds were picking up in Bolingbroke as well. So Monroe County seeing some gusty winds within that leading edge of the storm. But I think everyone else in that back end, and you can see that the lightning has completely stopped for those places just towards that northern half of that polygon. So all of Monroe County, all of Lamar County, Pike County, not seeing much in terms of activity, but just seeing mainly rain for those areas, not seeing any indications that there's a storm going on in those areas. That's good, because Monroe County was within that tornado watch, was within that level 2 out of 5 risk. So seeing that the impacts were not necessarily as bad for Monroe County, the thing that I'll watch out for is just for South Monroe County, so Bolingbroke, just seeing this intense heavy downpours, that swath of rain, and potentially some frequent lightning for South Monroe County. And what I'm also seeing is that the leading edge is going into Lizella. So you could potentially hear some rumbles of thunder as of right now. I think it's in terms of the overall arrival of the system into Lizella and West Bibb County, I think we're inching closer to that. I'm going to go back to the winds just to check if there's any rotation. So that pocket of wind that has strengthened, it was really high, and then went back to a little sector of winds. Now it's starting to become a little bit more widespread. So most of South Crawford County is seeing the intense wind gusts, seeing winds that are packing a punch. So I could definitely see winds that could be close to 40, 50 to 60 miles per hour. So I think in terms of wind impacts, I think areas within this south polygon, so this polygon that goes from South Crawford County, South Bibb County, I think those are the areas that will see most of the heavy wind. As you can see that it's becoming more widespread. Hopefully it weakens as it goes into Bibb County. But as of right now, it's looking like it's becoming a little bit more wide. The good thing is we're not seeing any indication of rotation. That's always good. Earlier, I think last hour, that rotation was there, and we had a tornado warning just west of Taylor and Upson County. Now it's just straight up straight line winds. So not having any signs of tornadoes or any rotation, but straight line winds could definitely pack a punch, and it looks like it'll be approaching that northern half of Peach County. And if it goes a little bit towards the northeast, I think South Bibb County will also experience those gusty winds. The thing I will also continue to track is the general direction. Will it go more towards the east, or will it go a little bit towards the northeast as well, where Macon could experience those gusty winds? That's something to really track in the next couple of hours as well. And it's also been a really slow mover. It's I think this warning is for 5:30. We're approaching the 5:19, the specific time of 5:19, and we're not even halfway through the polygon. So I'm going to be very curious to see whether they extend this, because I think when Ansley did the swath where it showed the different timings and when this system would move through places such as Rutland and Macon, it said like hours such as 6 to the early 6 o'clock hour. So I'm going to be waiting from that update from the National Weather Service, because we're barely into that polygon. But as of right now, gusty straight line winds are now moving through the eastern half of Crawford County, potentially going into the northern portion of Peach County. But I think the main area in which they need to watch out for the gusty winds will be for South Bibb County. So places just right next to that 475, I-75, that interchange right there, maybe West Rutland. Those could be places where they could experience some potentially gusty winds. So going back to the reflectivity, just to see where we're seeing the rain moving in. So as of right now, rain is now moving into Jones County. I think Round Oak getting some steady showers. Gray could be experiencing some showers pretty soon as well. But one thing that's interesting is that the showers, the reflectivity is not as impressive as compared to places such as Bolingbrook, where they're seeing heavy downpours. Just seeing some light showers just west of Gray, and some little bit steady showers over there as well. So that could be a relatively good thing for those areas. And as I mentioned, the strongest of the wind gusts are towards the southern half, the eastern portion of Crawford County, potentially moving into Peach County. But I think the main area of concern for the winds will be going into the southern half of Bibb County as well. Ansley, I see you have the sky cam up, because we're inching closer towards the arrival of the storms in Macon. Can you tell us what you're seeing?
I'm trying to grab something from Warner Robins, from Perry, from Macon, where this line is starting to come in from the west. I'm trying to get a good picture of it now. You can kind of see a little bit of a shelf cloud, at least in downtown Macon now. Now this is still a little bit of a ways away, and you can actually kind of see where the rain starts there. This is kind of pointing northwesterly, so you can get an idea of where it's coming in from, at least maybe an initial band of this system here. A pretty impressive looking cloud from downtown Macon. Let me see if I can kind of turn it to show a little bit more of where it's raining, a little bit off in the distance there. Oop, our new cameras are quick. I was not prepared. All right, let's see if it'll go with me. There we go. Yeah, so you can kind of see it starting to come into the picture in Bibb County a little bit here. Still a little bit off in the horizon. And if I flip over to Warner Robins and to Perry, I was trying to get a similar picture, but it's all kind of the same scene. This is areas that haven't quite seen the impacts from this line just yet. So you're starting to get that pre-storm look. You're seeing the dark clouds. You can see some rain off in the distance. You maybe even can see a couple of lightning strikes or hear some thunder already. But the scene is kind of setting up where our sky cams are. And in Perry, I was trying to get a good picture, but the direction that I want to face is slightly blocked by the pole that's holding our camera up, so I can just kind of cut it out of the picture there. But that's just kind of the scene, at least where our sky cams are. This whole system is starting to move in here and moving a bit slowly, but it's probably picking the winds up a little bit, just kind of creating a little bit of a dark picture outside. So it's kind of your first heads up that, hey, this line is starting to track into some of those areas as well. But again, it's just a slow mover, so it's going to take its time getting into a few of these places, but you can definitely start to get that pre-storm feel out in the air. We're unfortunately right in the gap of where we don't have any sky cams between about Columbus to where we are here, Perry, Warner Robins, Macon area. We don't really have any great sky cams in between there. So I'd love to get a picture of what's going on the ground at the moment, but unfortunately we don't have any sky cams there, but we'll start to see it roll over our sky cams here soon. So yeah, I'm gonna keep watching these, and we'll just keep up with it as it gets closer.
That's a very good point. It's unfortunate that we have sky cams towards the west because, I mean, these storms will be moving typically through that direction. So it'd always be great to have that indicator, that preview of what's to come. It's better to look visually than look just straight up on a radar, because the best representation of a storm is just really on what's going on outside. So I put on this little timing, map thing here for the base velocity. So this is not the rain. I think there's a little bit more rain ahead of where the strongest of the winds are. But notice here, this is where the line is moving east in Crawford County. That's where we're seeing the heaviest of the wind gusts. So I think if this holds together, and we've seen this hold together for the past hour, and it's been very consistent. So if this holds together, I think places such as Lizella that could see some wind gusts in the next couple of minutes at 526, maybe in the next few radar scans. And also in the most southern port of the sector, Byron could be feeling some of the effects by 531, Rutland 541, and then 546. That's when it's projected to reach into Macon. Could be a little earlier, or could be a little later. If I was to guess, maybe a little later because of how slow the system has been moving overall. And then Dry Branch around Dry Branch is over here in North Twiggs County. So at 557, and then by 6:15 could go into Gordon, which is in Wilkinson County. So I just wanted to show you that. Ansley showed that an hour ago, just a little update in terms of the direction. And we're also seeing that the line is starting to bow out. And you may have heard us say the word bow out 80 times so far today. But when it bows out, that means that the winds are relatively getting stronger. So we're getting a little bit more organization in terms of the wind signature. So the strongest of the winds, the far eastern part of Crawford County, just northeast of Byron, and it's officially moving into parts of the Bibb County. And I think Lizella could be experiencing some of the gusty winds, but I don't think they'll experience that brunt force in terms of the main core, which is right now in that eastern part of Crawford County. So it's going to be very interesting to see if this holds together. Will we have some strong winds move in potentially to Macon? I personally think it's going to go a little bit more south of that. I'm going to go back to the reflectivity just to show you where the rain is headed. So now the rain is approaching the eastern part of Bibb County, but the north part of Bibb County, so North Macon, already experiencing the rain, not seeing much in terms of lightning. That's good. So places in North Macon, Bass Road, Arkwright, Riverside, it's good to see that they're not experiencing anything in terms of storms. Main part of lightning is the far eastern quadrant of Bibb County, far western part of Bibb County. Just in Lizella, they're seeing some frequent lightning strikes. And then the thing I'm also noticing, Monroe County, I think the worst of the storm has officially gone through Monroe County. So I'm not seeing anything in terms of frequent lightning. The winds were not that impressive in terms of Monroe County, just seeing a couple of lightning strikes and some steady rain in Monroe County. And the good thing is, since the rain has completely enveloped the entire county, that's going to limit future storm potential. It's going to overwork the atmosphere, dropping the temperatures in those areas. So I think in terms of severe weather, the chances are really decreasing for places such as Forsyth and Bolingbrook. And these were the areas within that level 2 out of 5 risk for severe weather. So they had the highest chances of severe weather. So it's just good to see that it wasn't as bad as what it could have been. So just going back towards the hail core, Ansley, do you have something to show us?
Yeah, well, I can flip on the hail core too, because I was kind of just trying to echo the sentiment of what you're saying without saying it, which is generally that this whole system is starting to become a bit more what we typically say when we have severe thunderstorms roll here. So earlier, when we had that initial line come through, and it was coming through with quite the punch into Talbot County and pushing further into Taylor and Upson counties as well, it had a really big hail parameter and it had rotation. It was coming through with quite the punch. So that was where we were kind of really paying attention and saying, okay, we're really keeping our eye on this. This is definitely coming through with some brute force. I would say now things have generally evened out to certainly still impactful thunderstorms and severe thunderstorms nonetheless, but more what we're used to seeing when we have a typical severe thunderstorm. So now, and David's been doing a great job of checking in with the hail parameter, showing signs of just not dealing with anything quite as bad as what we were earlier. We're still seeing only a hail diameter that's less than half an inch in diameter. So really small hail, and again, just kind of continuing to show signs of weakening here. But I did just kind of want to mention that because I think earlier it was looking a little dicey as that initial line started to come through, especially in Talbot County where you saw the purples and you saw the rotation and there was a lot of lightning. Now things have kind of mellowed down to where, of course, we're still dealing with some gusty thunderstorms, and I've got better pictures soon on the sky cams here. I'm starting to see pictures from viewers as well of just really impressive shelf clouds rolling in, but definitely dealing more now with what we're used to seeing when we have a severe thunderstorm warning issued, and not quite as gusty and just quite as, I'm using the word dicey because it definitely came through with the punch there over in the west. I'm going to flip the sky cam back to Macon because now we're kind of heading over to Macon, but that's a look at Perry at the fairgrounds. But the line looks to be kind of approaching downtown Macon here, and that's actually where I saw a really impressive photo from a viewer that I was actually working on pulling in there of just the shelf cloud, and you can kind of see it hanging down to the southwest here. I'm turning it. It's just not turning on the, there we go. Yeah, so I mean, it's definitely got an ominous look as it comes through here, and it's definitely going to come in with a bit of force there. But I'm generally encouraged by what I'm seeing on the radar here versus what we were seeing when this thing first rolled in here. So hopefully some of the rain kind of continues to choke the system out a little bit, and we kind of keep developing a little bit of a cold pool there, and that might help a little bit with the strength of these systems. But yeah, I guess I'm just trying to say, hopefully this is a little bit more what you're used to seeing, as opposed to maybe there was a little bit of diciness earlier in Talbot County.
Yeah, that's right. When it first came in, it was a really robust storm. It had winds of up to 60 miles per hour, and it also had that rotation, and really strong rotation as well. Thankfully, that polygon never reached our areas such as Upson and Taylor County, and it's weaker than what it was earlier, but it's still relatively strong, packing a punch, especially those areas that was also in East Crawford County. Let's go back to the base velocity just to check, because that's the area in which I think most of the impacts are currently from. So right here, that line just north of Byron into the southern, really southern half of Bibb County, that's where they're seeing the strongest of the winds. And that light, or that ringing noise, that's just an update, meaning that severe thunderstorm warning has expired for North Crawford County and the far western part of Bibb County, and for Monroe County as well. I mentioned just a couple minutes ago, Monroe County, I think the worst part of the storm went through, and this confirms it, as they're now officially out of the severe thunderstorm warning. But I think my attention is just now towards South Bibb County, south of Lizella, and I think this sector of really strong winds, I think it's now moving into Rutland just based off the general direction that I've been seeing for the past couple of hours. I think Rutland will see the strongest of the winds from this storm. But as Ansley mentioned, there has been a weakening trend so far. So hopefully they don't see anything as strong as what's currently going on. I think Byron could also be seeing some of the gusty winds as it now is moving or approaching I-75. So that's something that we're going to keep an eye on. I think some of the winds could reach severe weather in terms of the category for severe weather, so potentially 60-mile-per-hour winds. I am now going to go in terms of the reflectivity just to see. So anytime you have a bowing segment right here, so that little rounded signature, that's where the highest of the wind gusts are. That correlates to that velocity graphic that we just showed you. So it's now moving into South Bibb County, potentially North Peach County, and it's now approaching I-75, potentially going to cross it in the next couple of minutes. And they also extended the severe thunderstorm warning. It was originally for 5:30. This is for 5:45. So that's also a good thing. I think it will be extended a little bit more because we're just halfway in the polygon, and this goes till 6:45. So I think that will be extended till potentially 6 o'clock. And also another thing that I'm seeing, not seeing much in terms of lightning strikes. We're seeing mainly rain, gusty winds and rain, but nothing in terms of lightning. So anytime you see decreased frequency of lightning, also a good indicator and potential signs of weakening in terms of the health of the storm. So I think mainly it's going to be rain, but that's going to drop visibility for any drivers going just north into I-75 or southward into I-75 going into Perry. So that's also another thing to take note. I think in the next couple of minutes, this system, the main part of the storm, will go across I-75 just south of Bibb, north of Peach County, and that's where they'll have the gusty winds. I'm going to go to the hail just to see how our hail situation is going. So we see a more extended area of hail, still nothing too impressive. I think this is around penny-sized hail, less than half an inch. But the story is that it's now going into Lizella, so I think Lizella could see some minor hail for that time. And it's going to be also interesting to see if this continues to go more eastward. And if it goes on its path, it'll head towards Macon. So Macon potentially could see some potential hail. But one thing with hail is it's not as consistent. Hail cores typically, they disappear and then they reappear and they disappear. It's nothing like winds where a strong bowing segment of winds are consistently held together throughout a time period of storms. I don't think we're going to see that. I think in terms of the hail, I think we could see this disappear as it approaches 475. But if it strengthens, if the general trend of the storm strengthens, then the hail size could increase. So going back to base velocity, there we go. Okay, that's a new sign. Seeing some brighter colors, some bright blue colors there, that's an indication of some strong winds. So it looks like the winds are now picking up as it's moving into South Bibb County, moving across I-75 at this moment. So now, as we're getting to the eastern part of I-75 into Bibb County, it's going to be interesting to see how strong the winds are as it moves into Rutland and potentially the Middle Georgia Regional Airport. I think it'll go in between that, but I think South Rutland will see some pretty gusty winds. But I think this will avoid Macon. So downtown Macon will avoid the really strong gusty winds, the strongest portion of the winds in regards to this front. But we're also seeing another bowing segment right here. So that's also an indication that the winds could also pack a relative punch as it moves through Macon. I think this segment right here, I think this is the one that will track more into downtown Macon. But the one that has our eye on it, that's going to go more into South Bibb County and potentially cause some potential damage for those areas, as the straight line winds are just a little too much, way stronger than what it was a couple minutes ago. Ansley, I see you have some pictures from the Weather Network. It seems like people are adding some of their pics. I know it's very important since we don't have a sky cam more towards the west.
This is actually a photo that I got in a DM from Jennifer Roberts, who sometimes sends me really awesome storm photos. So this one is kind of near the Lizella area, so even kind of near that area of straight line winds that David was just mentioning there, or maybe even an area of broad rotation there. A really impressive shelf cloud is also present in that area. So this storm is just kind of coming through with a really impressive visual scene. So if you are kind of in the Bibb County area and you see this really ominous looking cloud heading your direction, it's just a really gusty thunderstorm, and it is a part of that severe thunderstorm that we're kind of watching trek across the area here. And I also saw a similar photo in our National Weather Service chat of a similarly impressive looking shelf cloud pushing into Eatonton. So that area that's not warned, but we've kind of been saying has had some pretty gusty winds in Putnam County, also has just a really impressive sight. This is what we usually see when we have fronts like this, but I still think it's pretty impressive. It does not get old to see something kind of that crazy heading your direction. So this is what the severe thunderstorm kind of looks like in southern Bibb County at the very least a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, and I could also see that downpour just right behind that shelf cloud. That's just a photogenic picture of what a shelf cloud is supposed to be. That's really good stuff. And I think that's just the indication of the downpours behind that shelf cloud. I think this could also help that, but I think the winds are generally strong behind that shelf cloud. I think that's that core that we've been talking about. It's not necessarily impacting all of central Georgia. And as a matter of fact, I think most of central Georgia are just seeing mainly rain. Just a light breeze and mainly rain, but I think this is the main area where the storms are generally at their highest. And I think I want to call it a sector, just so to differentiate the rest of central Georgia, because it's not like any other front where it's just a main line that has gusty winds all throughout our area from north to south. It's just one sector that's producing gusty winds. So if I say South Bibb County, I think Macon will see potentially some gusty winds, but nothing in terms of compared to this. And now we have a tornado warning associated with that.
So yeah, we do, Joe, who's in production, is listening. We need to coordinate getting this on air, but David, you can talk about what you're seeing here while we get those details figured out. Well, there is a sky cam there, but we're going to talk about the tornado warning that was just issued for southern Bibb County. And David had a good handle on it, so maybe we'll take it back to David's radar there. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, David. So this is the main area of rotation, and I've noticed that it just picked up bright in terms of colors. This is the main area of rotation. It just crossed I-75, moving towards east, south of Windsor Academy. And I've been mentioning potentially Rutland would be an area that could see this rotation. Now, I'm not seeing any signs of just a right couplet, because typically with tornado warning or anytime we see defined rotation, it comes from both sides. So we're seeing some bright colors right here of the blue. That means gusty winds coming from one direction, potentially going towards the east, but I'm not seeing anything that is like going in the other way, indicating an inflow and some winds contrasting with each other, causing rotation. I'm not seeing any of that. So I think this is more of a potential rotation in terms of if there's any possibility of the winds from the east moving more towards the west. But I still think this is something to keep an eye out. I don't think I don't think it's just relatively strong. I think it's more of a broadening out in terms of winds. So we're going to wrap it up right here, but we're going on air. I think we're going to continue. We'll just have a brief moment to regroup, and we're going on CBS, and we'll continue our coverage through our 13WZ streams and through our social media platforms. We're just going to transition more onto TV since this is an actual tornado warning. So we'll be back in just a couple of moments. All right, so we're tracking some potential rotation that just crossed I-75, moving across Highway 11 southeast of Windsor Academy, and this is also moving just south of Rutland. So this is the main area of rotation, and as you can see, bright colors, a bright blue right there indicating strong winds moving more towards the east, and as that new radar scan just shows, moving now more towards the east, south of Rutland, crossing Highway I-29, just north of the Middle Georgia Airport. Now, one thing to note from this rotation is it's very broad in general. It's producing strong winds. That's definitely a certainty, but we're not seeing anything that's indicating winds going in the opposite direction. So I think the National Weather Service, they're still seeing that bright color right there. I think that's enough to constitute as a tornado warning, but that could potentially be a rotation, but I think more of the signs are pointing towards some strong gusty winds. But I think I still think it could potentially have some rotation overall. So in terms of the overall location, it is crossing now actually going towards I-29 just north of Middle Georgia Airport, south of Rutland. And what we saw from the past radar scans is that it's moving more towards the east. So I think even if it's moving more towards the east, I think areas such as Rutland, I think it might be best just to go to your safe spot just to make sure. I don't think it's clear defined rotation, but I still think it's just enough just to head to your safe spot just to be sure, just in case if there is any defined rotation. especially just south of Rutland.
Yeah, and I think we even have a visual of it on our Skycam here, and I'm not necessarily seeing what could potentially be a tornado on the ground, but nonetheless, take a look at that shelf cloud moving into the area, definitely gusty, and of course showing signs of rotation there. That's a look at it, and as David just mentioned, that is south of the Rutland area, north of the Middle Georgia Airport in southern Bibb County. So this is a look from our Macon Skycam, and I want to be clear, when we're talking about this tornado warning, we are not including the downtown Macon area, and I'm not sure if really that might be an area of rotation. It's a little bit hard to tell from our Skycam here if that's what we're looking at, but nonetheless, you can see just how much it's causing the winds to gust around, blowing our Skycam around here and moving at a good clip as well, moving pretty quickly across that area. So let me talk one more time while we kind of just take a look at this here about these specific areas so that we can just zero back in one more time on location. Since I just showed you the downtown Macon Skycam, remember this does not include downtown Macon. It's sort of this hooked area that you can see on your screen here, just south of Rutland, and this is north of the Middle Georgia Airport. This is rolling over right now US Highway 129 and pushing further into the southern portion of Bibb County, now making its way into the northern portion of Twiggs County. So areas that will be kind of impacted from this next is going to be Huber, US Highway 23, sorry, let me move that out of the way of the font there, US Highway 23, and then rolling over I-16 soon. So if you are out on the roads on I-16, you need to pull over to a safe spot while this thing rolls over. Again, it's got a little bit of time here for this warning. It's currently in that in between the Rutland and Middle Georgia Airport area there. David, I'll take it back to you for a few seconds while I try to kind of keep getting a picture on our Skycam here and see if I can pick up on anything else.
Yeah, but one thing I noticed, and I think that's the main thing that causes tornado warning, was that hook feature. That's what we call a hook and echo, which typically corresponds to potential rotation. Not seeing much in terms of opposing inflow, so flow that goes against the movement of the general storm, but that hook feature, that is a telltale sign that maybe there's a potential rotation. But still seeing some really strong winds, and the area in terms of potential rotation is now moving just east of Sofsky and is approaching I-16. So moving I-16, potentially going into Highway 23. But this is generally the area in which we are seeing that the path is moving towards. So just potentially north of Huber, crossing Highway 23, approaching I-16. And I think if in the next radar scans, it'll be very important just to see that general location as it just moved more towards the south. It's looking like it's going towards just straight east towards Highway 23. I'm just going to zoom in just in case there's any specific streets. So Reed's Eggshell Road, that's one of the spots that are about to have the arrival of this rotation. Then Highway 23, streets that are within Highway 23, Alfred Braun Drive, Hilltop Court, just towards the west of I-16, Old Latin Road, DeVille Court. Those are the places that will that should have a heads up in terms of potential rotation coming your way. So if you're within any of these roads, if you're in a business or a potential neighborhood, it might be best just to go in a safe spot as of right now. Rotation is not necessarily as defined, but there is a hook feature, so there is potential for a tornado that could be forming. Ansley,
I do think, yeah, I'm looking at our downtown Macon Skycam, but I'm also getting word from our producers in my ear that we have a look at I-16, if we can pull that up, and that's where this area of rotation would be rolling over next. So you can certainly see the dark clouds. What I want to point out by showing you kind of these Skycam images here is the fact that it's difficult to pick out if there is kind of anything that's showing signs of touching on the ground. So if we are seeing an area of rotation that would be touching, it's likely going to be wrapped in a whole lot of rain. So don't go trying to go outside and see what you can see from outside. Just wait this out inside the safety of your tornado safe place if you are within this polygon, because it's something that would be difficult to see. But you can certainly see kind of a shelf cloud rolling over I-16 right now. That's where this thing will be pushing next. And on our downtown Macon Skycam, I can now see a whole lot of rain. I do think a severe thunderstorm warning has been extended for downtown Macon. So regardless of where the tornado warning is, the whole line is certainly kind of packing a good punch here. What you're seeing off to the distance where you can kind of start to see the sunshine peeking through, that is actually where I believe the tornado warning has kind of been issued for. So that's a look around the sky cams, but let's keep talking about the locations that are actually within the warning here just one more time to give a little bit of perspective to what we're talking about. So there's that new severe thunderstorm warning, and that has been extended to include downtown Macon, extends into Jones County, as well as kind of the rest of this line where this tornado warning has been issued for. So like David was just mentioning, it was kind of south of the Rutland area, pushing towards I-16, which you just saw on our sky cams there. On the end of this polygon is kind of the northern tier of Twiggs County here. So let's actually take this and we'll do a little bit of a time frame here. And first let me see if I can figure out just how quickly they say this thing is moving. Maybe not quite so quick. David, I'm seeing 25 miles per hour. Is that what you're seeing as well?
I'm seeing close to that. Let me go more into the
out for 25 now, and then we'll see if it's a little faster.
Moving east at 35 miles per hour.
35, all right, we'll take it to 35. And really the main locations within the polygon here would be Dry Branch and Fitzpatrick over the next 15 minutes or so. Again, you can see that area right there. It's now past Rutland and the Middle Georgia Airport. So two areas that were originally right where that rotation was, it's now pushed further over and kind of continuing just closer and closer to the I-16 area. I'm not sure if we still have our visual on I-16, but maybe if we could get another check, we might be able to check in with that just one more time. I'll flip back over to the downtown Macon sky cam while we have that one here. It's mostly looking like rain now. It looks like the initial kind of line where the severe thunderstorm warning also exists has now kind of taken over the downtown Macon area. Remember, not included in the tornado warning. Downtown Macon is not included. This is south of the downtown Macon area, but certainly some gusty winds in this region as well. I'm going to keep poking around here, David. If you want to keep going by location, I'll keep trying to see if I can get a visual on it at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like it's now moving across Highway 23, and it's inching closer towards its arrival towards I-16. And what it looks like, it's moving mainly east. From the past couple of radar scans, there was a chance it was moving more towards the north, but now it's just honing in towards its potential path towards the east. So the main thing is drivers moving either northbound or southbound onto I-16. That's the main thing. If they're watching, it's best to, if you have any plans to drive through I-16 in the next couple of moments, just best to delay those plans. And then as it moves across I-16, as it moves into more Twiggs County, not seeing much in terms of residential. It looks like it's more of like grass and forest areas. So that's pretty good, because if there is an actual tornado, it's best that it's not affecting anyone. But the main thing is, oh, there we go. There's the actual streets that could be potentially in the path. Okay. So after it moves through I-16, it looks like it could affect, let me just scroll out just to get those street names. It could affect the roads Marion Road, Sagoda Circle North, and I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. Potentially the other part of Sagoda Road moving northward. Huber Road just moving northward as well. I'm going to go extend it more towards the east. Bucks Creek Road. There we go. Bryant Plantation Road as well. I think you'll be more onto the south end of that rotation as well. But I think mainly the true roads to look out for as this rotation is moving across I-16 at this moment is Sagoda Road and Marion Road. Those will be the places. So if you're within those roads, it's best to go into your safe spot. If you're driving, it's best to pull over, try to find some place to shelter in place. Maybe go inside, maybe if there's any buildings within it, try to go inside those areas, because it's best to not ride it out in any of your cars. And then extending the view, we're also seeing that the rotation is broadening out. That's good, because earlier it was a little bit of a couplet. That's broadening out. So now it's pointing towards potentially straight line winds at this moment. It wasn't nothing compared to what happened on Monday when we had those 2 tornadoes in Houston County.
And David,
it looks like there's still nothing indicating inflow that will counteract the general movement of the rotation.
Yeah, I just want to mention with that, we are receiving word from the National Weather Service chat from emergency management directors that this does look like it was observed crossing near the I-16 area southeast of Macon. That's what it seems to, that's what the Pickens County EMA director is saying in the National Weather Service chat, and the National Weather Service is upgrading this to an observed tornado. So at this time, we do have a confirmed tornado with this specific line, and that is right near the I-16 areas where it was seen crossing over. So I know we were talking with our production just a few minutes ago about the GDOT cams near I-16. If we maybe could get one of those back up, that maybe we could maybe grab a visual of it, but it's still, okay, it's been taken down, so probably got a little bit too gusty for the sky cams there, but still that bright blue area is the area we're talking about. The good news is when I was kind of flipping over between correlation coefficient, which this is the product that we use when we're looking to see if there's debris in the air, I'm not really getting a huge clear signature that there is necessarily debris in the air. It's probably rustling around some tree branches and maybe picking a few things up here, but we're not getting that really defined debris ball that we look for when we have a super impactful tornado. So at least some positive news with that, but certainly if we do have a confirmed tornado, it likely could be lofting a couple things up into the air at this time. Remember, that's kind of this hooked area that you're seeing roll over I-16 now, and then kind of pushing towards the US Highway 80 Dry Branch Fitzpatrick area here, and going a little more locally to Dry Branch. That's rolling kind of near Huber Road, Finn and Feather Road, Reagan's Mill Road, rolling over Marion Road right now at the moment, heading towards Sapp Road, McKay Lane, Parker Road, Huber Clay Country Road, kind of in this whole area residentially here. And let me just flip back over one more time, because I do think maybe what we're picking up on just right here, kind of this small area, could be some debris. Like I said, if we do have a confirmed tornado now by the National Weather Service, there probably is some debris in the air, but just trying to figure out how much of it we're seeing at the moment. And I'm also seeing our weather team is in chats a little bit, and we do have some confirmed hail also coming back on the north side of this warning. So in downtown Macon and near the I-16 area between Macon and Rutland is where we're seeing the hail core start to come back. So definitely an indication that aside from the tornado warning, there's also a little bit of a strengthening with this severe thunderstorm warning as well. And they are continuing this warning here. I think that's probably the upgrade that they made to this being an observed tornado, rolling right near towards the Dry Branch area and US Highway 80. And if we kind of take a look at the actual velocity to see the rotation signature, just trying to get local names here.
And I could definitely see the opposing flow now. I think it's moving like as far away from the radar. I think because of its close proximity, that's why it had trouble picking up on that opposing flow. Right now, we're seeing that defined couplet as of right now.
Yeah, Dave, if you want to point it out, you can go ahead and talk about that for a second here.
So we could definitely see that defined couplet, that typically tells us that there is a rotation, and we're seeing it now, and now it's an observed tornado. So the area of the rotation is now moving into Dry Branch in Twiggs County, just going into specific streets in Dry Branch: Pineland Road, Bond Kitchen Road, Kathy Drive, Old Gordon Road, Kalen Heights Road. So if you're in Dry Branch, it's just best to go into your safe spot. We know that there's an observed tornado, so it's just best to ride it out. We don't know how strong this tornado is, but even then, it's just best to do your procedure, anything that you've learned from this severe weather season. Lowest level, away from windows, and the most inside portion of your house possible. So a bathroom or a closet, those will be pretty ideal, especially if you're in Dry Branch, as that rotation is heading towards your direction. Once again, Dry Branch, specific streets as it's getting close to Bond's Kitchen Road, Old Gordon Road, Kathy Drive, Kalen Heights, going more towards the south, Pineland Road, Lewis Drive, Black Bottom Road, Old Hall Road, Lewis Drive, and let's see this road, Plum Road as well. So if you're within any of these roads or just in proximity of Dry Branch in Twiggs County, It's just, right now it's just the time to get into your safe spot. Ansley, back to you.
That lines up as well with what I'm seeing now on the correlation coefficient, which, for a reminder, is where I'm watching for potential lofted debris. So since we have a confirmed tornado on the ground, I'm pretty confident saying that this is some debris that's being lofted in the air. If we go ahead and take the radar full screen here, it's that exact same location that David was just pointing out on the velocity, just near the dry branch area. And I know this product is a little bit difficult to read, but I'm talking about this area kind of right here, which does, if we flip over to the to the velocity, kind of line up where we're seeing the rotation there. That looks to be a debris signature to me. So that is going to be over, again, same kind of area that David was just mentioning. That's Old Hall Road, Riggins Mill Road, Parker Road, Black Bottom Road, and then just Dry Branch, Old Gordon Road, Cathy Drive, Kalen Heights, and Georgia Kalen Road. Heading kind of now towards what would be immediately next would be this area just past Dry Branch. So past Dry Branch, that would be Ridge Road, General Twiggs Road, Davis Road, Old Gordon Road, Possum Hollow Road, and just pushing generally past that Dry Branch area further into the northern part of Twiggs County. Again, that debris signature that I was pointing out is just kind of this area right here over Dry Branch. And if we just keep talking about where this warning is heading, again, mainly the main cities that we're talking about is just the Dry Branch city, but then it'll be pushing towards Georgia State Route 540 and kind of into the northern tier of Twiggs County. Big picture here, we are still not talking about downtown Macon, and now we are kind of out of the Bibb County area almost entirely, aside from just kind of the eastern corner that lines up near Dry Branch. And we did also mention that there was a little bit of a hail core earlier. The hail core is kind of outside of where our tornado warning exists. That is for kind of downtown Macon and over the I-16 area that also just saw this storm kind of roll past here. So really gusty and a lot of hail coming down, as well as the tornado warning in the I-16 area. So being out on the roads right now is definitely not where you want to be. If you are driving, just pull over and kind of wait this out in a safe spot, because you can still see we still have a pretty defined area of rotation and what is considered a confirmed tornado now by the National Weather Service here in Dry Branch. And we'll just keep on talking about where it's heading. I'll keep talking about if I'm seeing the debris signature. Still seeing something generally to the effect that I was seeing just a few minutes ago. Dry Branch heading towards where you see that bright blue reflectivity value over US Highway 80. Heading towards, trying to see some residential roads here. Georgia Kalen Road, Bond Road, County Road 34, Old Gordon Road, Machine Shop Road, Possum Hollow Road, Brown Road, Panel Lane, Countrydale Lane, General Twiggs Road, Ridge Road, Henderson Road, and then kind of pushing further into the northern Twiggs area here over the next couple of minutes. So definitely still tracking with an observed area of rotation and what the National Weather Service, again, is considering to be a confirmed tornado at this time. We did kind of see the shelf cloud rolling in southern Bibb County, and now we kind of still can see this defined hook area on our satellite and radar here. That's basically what I'm picking up on right now, David.
And another feature that's possible, I remember that sky cam that was shown from downtown Macon,
Yeah.
and it looked like mostly rain, but we know that this tornado is observed. So this tornado is rain wrapped, so it's harder to see. You can't really see it outside if you tried. So it's really important just to follow where the velocity is, because that's the only way where we know that the tornado is occurring. And it looks like now the tornado has moved past Dry Branch, moving now more towards the east. That's where the main hook is. I'm going to go back to the base velocity just to show you where that couplet is. And that couplet is right over here. Not seeing much in terms of the winds going into the opposing way, but that could be due to its close proximity to our radar, which is in Jeffersonville in Twiggs County. So looking in terms of the general direction, move past Dry Branch. Next place to look out, I'm going to move out just to show you, is Myrick's Mills. So Myrick Mills right over here just towards the southeast of Dry Branch. That could potentially be within the path of the observed tornado. I'm just going to zoom in just to show you the specific roads that could also be in the path of the tornado. County Road 34, Bond Road. We also have another extension of Bond Road, Old Gordon Road, looking more towards the north. we have Machine Shop Road, Bell House Road, Griffin Gift Church Road, and we also have Old Gordon Road moving more towards the northeast. So these are the areas where they could be next in terms of the potential path of the tornado. So if you're within these areas, if you're in a building or if within your house, it's best to go into your safe spot as of right now, meaning that lowest level, away from windows. Away from windows is probably the most important thing because the windows could smash in and potentially be used as debris. But it's best just to go into your bathroom or your closet and just ride out this thing in your safe spot as well. Ansley, I just want to check back with you on the correlation coefficient if we're seeing any potential debris signatures as of right now.
Well, what you're hearing also over me is the beeping that is indicating that some areas have been trimmed out of this tornado warning. So we saw this area of rotation starting near the Rutland area and the Middle Georgia Airport. The rotation was just between those areas here. So it started over here in southern Bibb County. Bibb County has now entirely been trimmed out of this area. So if you were originally watching us from southern Bibb County, you are no longer under a tornado warning. This area of rotation, and again, now a confirmed tornado on the ground, has now moved all the way into Twiggs County. So the warning only extends for the northern tier of Twiggs County. Again, if you are in southern Bibb County and you joined us for this coverage of the tornado warning, you are now in the all clear in terms of the tornado warning. The area of rotation that we're still watching has just passed over the Dry Branch area and is now pushing into just north of the Myrick's Mill area. Again, I'm still seeing a little bit of a signature from the correlation coefficient, meaning that there is a little bit of debris in the air. Specifically what I'm seeing, I know this product can be a little hard to read. I'm seeing some debris likely in kind of this region, which does line up with the velocity that we're seeing there. So this is just now past the Dry Branch area, heading towards just kind of north of this Myrick's Mill area. But if you are in Myrick's Mill, you definitely want to continue to be in your tornado safe place while this area of rotation, and again, a confirmed likely rain-wrapped tornado kind of rolls over this region here. Specific road names that it's kind of on top of at the moment and maybe already rolling over just because our radar scans are probably just a few minutes behind what's going on in real life. Georgia Kalen Road and Bond Road likely on there now, pushing over County Road 34 into Griffin Gift Church Road and now into Old Gordon Road and Machine Shop Road. So I'm seeing a little bit in our latest scan of a change in the coloring, and I just want to check back and forth to make sure that's not maybe a sign of weakening, which I would hope it would be. We saw kind of a change from the blue color to maybe just a regular green, but right now I'm still picking up on at least an area of rotation, and as we continue to have the debris signature here, we'll want to keep with this for the time being. So again, north of Myrick's Mill, now past the Dry Branch area into the very northern tier of Twiggs County. So we'll continue to kind of see if maybe they keep with this over the next few minutes or so, but this is a confirmed tornado by the National Weather Service that does show a debris signature on the radar. So continue to be in your tornado safe place. Again, if you are in Myrick's Mill, if you are driving on Georgia State Route 540, pulling over and getting to a safe location to wait this tornado warning out. Again, this is a confirmed tornado, so we do want to make sure that everybody who is in the path of this is in their safe place for the time being. So that's kind of the update that I'm seeing there in terms of correlation coefficient. Still picking up on a bit of a debris signature, David. And again, we're still seeing some of the rotation there on the satellite radar, if that's what you're seeing as well.
I see that as well, and
Yeah.
I'm also seeing that hook feature.
Yeah.
So the hook feature typically tells us if there's rotation still, and that hook feature, it totally makes sense that this tornado was observed because this is one of the telltale signs that a tornado has formed just due to that inflow going into the opposite direction, creating that hook feature. So there is still a good chance that this is still on the ground, and because of that, I'm going to continue to show location by location, potentially street by street, of the location of this tornado and potentially where it's headed. So Myrick's Mills, this could potentially go maybe north of Myrick's Mill in probably the next couple of minutes due to the speed of the tornado. And then the next area of concern is Highway 18, just west or just east of Myrick's Mills, heading into Wilkinson County. That's another area that should potentially be aware of this potential tornado as it's moving into that area. Let's go into the streets just to show you where. So County Road, County Road P38, Cedar Creek Road, heading into Highway 18. These are the areas that should be aware that a tornado potentially is coming your direction. So if you're within these areas, it's best to get into your safe spot, just ride it out. Some of the signs of this tornado, the signature has generally weakened. We're not seeing any reds anymore. Reds means winds going into the opposing direction. We're also seeing that the winds, it's starting to broaden out. It's not necessarily a tight couplet anymore. Nothing compared to what we saw 20 minutes ago. But still, areas in Myrick's Mills, it looks like it's going a little bit north of you, but still, if you're in Myrick's Mill or if you're in that general vicinity east of Myricksville, close to Highway 18, I think it's best just to get into your safe spot, because if it dissipates, if it weakens, it could still be impactful in terms of gusty winds. So that's just the area that we're currently looking at as of right now. Looking at the reflectivity just to see where that hook is being defined. Once again, north of Myrick's Mills. And I'm also going to zoom in towards the streets just north of the streets that I showed. So Kalen Road, County Road 193, Old Gordon Road, just east of that Wilkinson border line, could face some of the impacts from this potential tornado as well. And then we have Hartford Road, could be within this path if it holds together and still continues to be on the ground. It all depends on if it's still bringing and lofting up potential debris into the sky. Ansley, let's see if I think that we have an extension towards a tornado warning.
I was just about to say, it'd be interesting to see, as we're showing some somewhat signs of broadening in the rotation on at least the velocity there, but still seeing that hook signature on our reflectivity. I was interested to see what the National Weather Service would do with this as it kind of outruns its polygon. And it does look like they've decided to go ahead and continue the tornado warning into Wilkinson County as well. And this kind of extends further all the way into Washington County and clips kind of the southeastern end of Baldwin County as well. So the next immediate area that this would be moving into would be crossing over the Twiggs County line into Wilkinson County here. So heading kind of towards Gordon, and again, Georgia State Route 57. It's crossing the lines right now. I was a little bit encouraged to see at least a less bright velocity value there. Of course, because we had a confirmed tornado on the ground, we're going to want to wait for official confirmation from the National Weather Service about whether they're going to let this go or not. They're probably going to hold on to it because of that reason, that it was a confirmed tornado. So again, we'll still treat it like that while we still have the warnings crossing over the county lines from Twiggs into Wilkinson over Georgia State Route 118. That will be heading towards the Massey Hill area most immediately, and then the Gordon area next. That will also be pushing towards Clayfield, and then if it kind of continues further towards the end of this polygon, that would be McIntyre, US Highway 441, Georgia State Route 29, and then into Georgia State Route 112. All the way on the end of this polygon would be this line extending into Washington County, and again the southeastern tier of Baldwin County, but we'll kind of have to see what this line does. Most immediately, it's pushing now from Twiggs into Wilkinson. So if you are over in Washington County, Oconee, just kind of west of the Deep Step area on the end of where this polygon extends to, go ahead and make your way to your tornado safe place, Brook Springs, Ennis, areas like that. But again, you are kind of on the very tail end of this polygon, and if you are in Gordon and in Massey Hill, those two areas are where this rotation is actually rolling over now. So definitely stay in your tornado safe place if you are in those spots. We'll do another check on the debris signature here. I've continued to see enough, and with a confirmed tornado on the ground, I'm still kind of seeing a little bit of a signature here crossing over the Twiggs Wilkinson County lines. Once again, this is pushing this direction. So let's go a little street name, as David was just doing here, to talk about if this is kind of residential areas that we might be seeing here. That's County Road 193, continuing on Kalen Road, again in Wilkinson County, pushing towards Hartford Road, King Lane, Georgia State Route 57, Nob Hill Road, and then heading towards Gordon, which would include kind of all of downtown Gordon and surrounding neighborhood streets in there as well. But I do think it's kind of pushing over the Massey Hill area most immediately right now. If you're in Clayfields, this would be heading towards you in the next few minutes. Again, McIntyre in the next couple minutes as well. But just to reiterate, most immediately, this would be Massey Hill and the Gordon areas here. Let's check back in on the reflectivity. And David, did you have something?
Oh, I was just like going to go over the locations. It's getting close to Highway 18 as of this moment. So all the streets that you just listed could be experiencing this rotation, this potential observed tornado as of right now. If it's still on the ground, we know that it was observed. So hopefully it showed sign of weakening, but there is still a couplet there. Not as strong as what we saw earlier, but still, if it was an observed tornado, we need to treat it as an observed tornado until this tornado warning expires. So looking at the exact location, here's the couplet just north of Myrick's Mills, and now it's approaching just towards the west of Highway 18. So with its easterly direction, it will cross over Highway 18, and as Ansley mentioned, potentially into Clayfields as it moves towards the east and across Highway 57 as of right now. And looking at the large-scale picture of this, it's generally in between Gordon and Irwinton, as we now have this rotation going towards the northern part of Wilkinson County. But the main area of concern, the main area to keep an eye out as I point this potential, there we go, is right here. This is generally the area in which we are generally concerned about. This is where we're pointing out the specific street names, specific residential areas. If you're within this area, so if you're near Highway 18, Highway 57, just close to Clayfields, it just might be best just to go to your safe spot, lowest level, away from windows, most interior part of your house, so that could be a bathroom or a closet, and just wait it out. We're now seeing that this rotation is not as strong, not as defined as what it originally was, and we could see that the hook right here, it's still there, and that's one of the things that could show evidence of this tornado being on the ground and observed, but it is not as defined as what it was as it moved through the northern part of Twiggs County. But still, if you're within Wilkinson County towards I-18, in between Highway 57, close to Clayfields, it's best just to ride out the storm within your safe spot. Ansley, I see you have the potential lofted debris graphic showing that if there's any potential debris being picked up from this tornado that was observed.
Yeah, and I just want to mention a little kind of thing that has stood out to me just a little bit. Again, we're watching the rotation broaden a bit, but I still am picking up on a little bit of a debris signature here, just where we were talking about where this rotation is crossing over into Wilkinson County, kind of where you see that blue value there. I may see a little bit on there, but again, it may not be anything that just general wind damage couldn't really cause. Then that's pushing over again into Massey Hill and Gordon. So at the very least, we could still be dealing with some pretty gusty winds, if no longer an area of rotation. That could be causing a little bit of stirring on the radar. I'll also mention we are very close to our radar here, so there is a possibility that we're just getting a little bit of feedback there as well. On the latest scan, I'm not seeing it quite as much, which is an encouraging sign. But definitely just still, again, tracking stuff that could also just be getting kicked up by winds. Now, I will say we also got a report from Chris Floor that there are no reports of damages just yet, and there are also no reports of injuries. So positive news from the Bibb County side in terms of damages and injuries and things like that. It does sound like people have been safe from what was confirmed over in Bibb County.
And that's always the best thing to hear. We always we've always just keep an extra eye out if it goes into any residential or any place where highly populated areas. Thankfully, it looks like it's going into areas that are mostly wooded, but still, I mean, you could still have buildings, you could have businesses within these areas near that I-16, and then now crossing I-18 coming into Highway 57. So it's also potentially going to towns such as Clayfield. But one thing I'm noticing is that the overall signature, this is the storm relative velocity that does a little bit better job of showing that couplet. Now it's not showing any reds. When reds typically means winds going into the opposing direction, I'm not seeing any of that. And that's definitely a good sign. And that correlates a little bit towards the hook that we originally just had. And now it's starting to fizzle out as well. It's becoming a little bit disorganized. So that's also a good sign. So everything is pointing towards this potential observed tornado either being back into the sky or weakening in nature. So that's definitely good.
I agree with you.
I still believe that if you're in these areas, so if you're just in Clayfield, or if you're in any area west of Clayfield, south of Gordon, it might be best just to ride it out. I don't think you'll see anything in terms of a potential tornado, but just to be safe, it might be best just to ride it out in these areas along Highway 57 and near Clayfield.
Yeah, I agree with you. I do think it's definitely showing signs of broadening, of weakening, especially from what we were looking at earlier and when we got confirmed reports of the tornado being on the ground. Like David mentioned, we're definitely not picking up quite as much on clear rotation. They may just be holding on to this tornado warning just to be extra sure that things are broadening up before they let go of it, and also just to be sure that there's no reports of something that could be confirmed on the ground. But from what I'm seeing on both velocities here, I'm definitely getting a broad area of rotation, but maybe nothing that was quite as clear as what we were seeing earlier. So hopefully that is a positive sign and does show some signs of weakening. The only thing I'm seeing is that it's still got a little bit of a signature on the reflectivity there, so maybe still holding on to a little bit of strength with that. Did you have something you wanted to add, David?
Well, it's not as defined as that hook signature that we saw earlier.
True.
And I'm just going to point it back just to see if we can get that picture. But I'd say like in the past 30 minutes, that hook was a textbook hook and echo feature that is a telltale sign of a tornado forming. So I'm just going to zoom it back just to show you right around here. So at 550 south of Dry Branch, this is that picture, that textbook hook and echo that definitely correlates to an observed tornado, and that's when it was moving into Dry Branch. So I think Dry Branch could have definitely saw some tornado damage. Obviously, it's unconfirmed. We'll see for later tonight. But as of right now, looking at how this behaved as it continued to move more towards the northeast, you can see that hook becoming a little bit disorganized. And I'm just going to bring it back towards the center of the camera right there, just to show you that that hook has now become disorganized. It has been scattered, and it wasn't that textbook hook that we saw earlier as it approached Dry Branch in Twiggs County. So I'm just going to go back towards the storm relative velocity just to show you where this area of rotation is. And it looks like now it's broadening out. I could say that confidently, that there's nothing indicating that there's a rotation going on. I think the tornado has been picked up and has weakened and dissipated officially, as there is no signs of any winds opposing the main flow of the storm, which typically indicates rotation. So we'll see what the National Weather Service says, if it extends the warning. But all in all, even if it dissipated, we could still see some gusty winds. We're still seeing some bright colors here that could potentially emulate the damage of a low-end tornado. So I'd say if you're in McIntyre, in 441, it's still in 57, and maybe in Irwinton as well, I'd keep a close eye, be a little bit extra aware. Also, if you're on Highway 29 as well, it could be a sign that they could see some potentially gusty winds in the next couple of minutes.
And I just want to kind of give some context to the beeping that you can hear over us at the station right now. It's the extension of the severe thunderstorm warning along this entire line that the tornado warning has spurred from. So there is some pretty gusty winds from about the Baldwin County area down to the southern part of Twiggs County, aside from our tornado warning here. So this is actually our only area of active warnings here in central Georgia with this line that's pushing across here. But some pretty damaging wind gusts where our severe thunderstorm warning does exist. This warning now extends all the way into Wilkinson, parts of kind of northern Lawrence, into Washington, and then southern Hancock and most of Baldwin County as well. So if you're hearing winds, you're seeing a lot of lightning, you're hearing thunder or things like that elsewhere, this is the only other severe thunderstorm warning that we have in place. Of course, it's definitely an area of pretty great impact since it did spur up a tornado warning. So this is kind of the area that we're going to be keeping our eye on here, but the tornado warning does exist only for this area of Wilkinson County here, and then extending into Washington and parts of the southeastern tier of Baldwin County. I agree with David. I really do think that it does seem to be showing signs of weakening. I'm really not seeing anything that's super clear in terms of rotation anymore. Definitely a much better picture than what we were seeing earlier when we did have confirmed tornadoes, and even that just looks a little bit messier to me than even the last couple of scans. So hopefully, we haven't seen word just yet from the National Weather Service about letting this go. So we're just going to hold on to it while it's still here, and we'll keep talking about areas that are in this line, but luckily I do really think we're seeing some positive signs in terms of this seeming to broaden out and maybe just kind of congealing more with the rest of the line around it, becoming more like a severe thunderstorm warning and less of a tornado warning. But that would still be for areas now kind of past Gordon and heading next over areas north of Irwinton, so not including Irwinton. That would be McIntyre, again, as David just said, this US Highway 441, Georgia State Route 29, towards Georgia State Route 112. On the very end of this, which I really hope they will let this go before we get all the way into Washington County, but on the very end of this, that would include Oconee, Ennis, parts of Brook Springs, and then I believe there was one more that I was able to see. Maybe not, but the kind of the northern tier here of, or the southeastern tier of Baldwin County. So on the very end of that, but even on the reflectivity now, I feel that I'm still getting some indication that this seems to be weakening and straightening out. We'll see what the...
Yeah, I'm not seeing any signs of that hook.
Yeah,
anymore.
I was just trying to read up on what the National Weather Service was talking about. They're talking about an extension on the tornado watch. So with all of these severe thunderstorm warnings, there's kind of a potential for brief spin-up tornadoes here for the rest of the afternoon and into the evening. And with these severe thunderstorm warnings, they've all been kind of tagged as tornado possible. So we're paying attention to all of these for exactly what's happening now, for them to kind of pick up a brief area of rotation. And then in this case, we did have a confirmed tornado, but that potential may be extended now, according to the National Weather Service, maybe a little bit further to the east. We'll see what they do with that tornado watch, but to give you a perspective of where it exists right now, it's for kind of most of our counties here, and maybe we can drop the font to show that it does include Crisp County at the bottom there, but extends all the way from about Putnam to Crisp County, including Pulaski, Bleckley, Wilkinson, and Baldwin. So what I'm thinking here is they may go ahead and extend this a little bit further east, which doesn't change much. It just means that for the next little while, we will be watching for a couple of these gustier storms and making sure they don't try to rotate like the one that we are seeing here in Wilkinson County. So I do see that they did go ahead and let go of what's something that is not catching up on our graphics here, but they did let go of the tornado warning for Twiggs County. So now this tornado warning only extends for this area here into Wilkinson, parts of Washington, and Baldwin counties. If you are in Twiggs County and you are dealing with this confirmed tornado from about the Rutland area all the way to the Twiggs-Wilkinson County line, you are now able to be in the all clear. And let me just confirm. Yeah, it does say in the chat that they did expire the warning, so it may just take our graphics a bit of a minute to catch up here, but the area of rotation has passed over this region here. You are still under a severe thunderstorm warning at the time, so the winds kind of on the very eastern end of Twiggs County here are still a little bit gusty, but the actual threat of the rotation has passed over into Wilkinson County. So all my folks over towards Dry Branch and in the northern tier of Twiggs County, take a deep breath. All those crazy winds are kind of over you now, and you should be clear from the area of rotation. That's kind of the updates that I have there. David, you got anything else?
Well, it's a good point to show that the back end of that warning, so places such as Twiggs County that experience potentially that possible tornado, it's good to show that they're probably in the clear as of right now, and it's also places in the back end of that leading edge of the front. So I'm going to go just to the reflectivity just real quick to show you the areas in which most likely we're in the clear for severe weather. We've been highlighting the message that the best chance for severe weather was 4 to 7 o'clock, so right before sunset, because right now we're constantly seeing these gusty winds, these severe thunderstorms, because of the interaction with unstable air. And we just had some wind shear that caused some rotation and that observed tornado that went into Twiggs County. But areas that experienced the storms earlier today, so Crawford County, Peach County, Taylor, Upson, and Monroe County, it seems like your severe chances have decreased because you're just dealing with overworked air that has already been dealing with the storms, and with that, the air drops in temperatures. Temperature is one of the main ingredients for storms to form and fire up. So it looks like as we head into the overnight, these areas will be relatively clear from severe weather. So it could be in the clear for those areas. But as we go back towards the base velocity, we're going to check on the current rotation in that tornado warning. And as Ansley mentioned, that rotation that was earlier very defined and we had a hooking feature, it looks like everything is broadening out. I seriously doubt if there's anything still on the ground. We're not seeing anything in terms of potential debris being lofted up. but it's still best to still keep an eye on out this, especially for North Wilkinson County. The main rotation, so the rotation that was earlier strong and really defined, it is now just east of Gordon, north of Irwinton. But once again, this is now looking like mainly gusty winds, not even seeing any bright colors that indicate really strong winds. But as of right now, the main sector that's having the strongest impacts from the storms are just north of Irwinton, just passing through the northern side of Wilkinson County, heading towards Washington County. So places such as Deep Step and also west of Sandersville could be the next in terms of the impacts from the storms as this system just continues to move more towards the east, a little bit more east than what we thought, because we were supposed to have a stall. We had a stall earlier in the day as the system stalled in the Atlanta area in the northwest corner of Georgia, but now it's just pushing a little bit more towards the east than expected. And we're also getting that tornado warning polygon into Washington County, which is interesting because Washington County was not under a tornado watch. So that goes to show that if you weren't in the tornado watch, there's still a chance of a tornado. I don't think that any rotation that is on the ground will reach Washington County, as this couplet has weakened significantly since it moved through Twiggs County, but still something to keep an eye out. So once again, moving out just to see other areas of winds, seeing that the winds have generally decreased. Earlier today, we had some sectors of really strong gusty winds. It wasn't as widespread as some of the other systems that we've seen, but still so winds packing a punch. And one of the sectors actually were the things that created this rotation as it moved through South Bibb County, going into Twiggs County as well. Going back to the reflectivity just to check the lightning, we're seeing that some steady lightning has developed on that leading edge just west of Irwinton, a little bit southeast of Gordon. We also have some lightning near Coopers and south of Milledgeville. And that hook feature, that indicated a tornado, that has now been disorganized. It's now becoming more of a straight line in terms of the general front, the general system moving into central Georgia. So that's good. We're seeing less chances of this tornado still being on the ground. And now we're also seeing that the heaviest of the downpours are just north of Jeffersonville. So still some places in Twiggs County are still experiencing some of the downpours as well. I do think there is an update to the tornado watch.
Extension of the tornado watch, yeah, and I have that pulled up right here. All this means, like we just said a couple of moments ago, is that as this line treks across our entire area, we're just holding on to the right ingredients here for where a brief spin-up tornado could occur. So this has now been extended. It previously only included areas from Crisp all the way up to Putnam counties. It now includes Hancock, Washington, Johnson, Lawrence, Dodge, Bleckley, Pulaski, and Wilcox counties. So now including our entire area just aside from, but there is positive news that I'll get to in just a second there, aside from Trutland, Wheeler, Montgomery, and Telfair counties, they are not under the tornado watch. And now the areas that have already passed this initial brunt of the line have been able to be trimmed off. So Jasper, Putnam, Monroe, Upson, Crawford, and Taylor counties are no longer under a tornado watch. I think that's also a good indication that the general severe weather threat has passed those areas as well. You may still continue to hear a couple of rumbles of thunder. You may see some lightning from time to time, and we're definitely going to be dealing with heavy rain through the rest of the night into tomorrow. But the severe weather threat is really kind of where you see the tornado watch outlined here. And as you just saw, the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center has done a good job of staying up to date with who can be out of this so that we can go ahead and issue kind of all clears for severe weather like that. So positive and somewhat not positive news in terms of the tornado watch, but it really just means...
Well, I got really positive news.
Go for it.
No longer under a tornado warning. That is officially
positive.
Expired. And this just goes to show the general rotation has weakened, is broadened out, and now we're back to just broad, straight line winds, potentially a Boeing segment, but no rotation, none of that hooking feature that we saw earlier today. So that's really good, especially with the tornado being confirmed and observed. We now know that there's little evidence of this tornado occurring at all here in central Georgia. So now the main concern is this severe thunderstorm warning going into Wilkinson County, portions of Washington County, so the western part of Washington County. I think this also extends for the southern part of Hancock County, the eastern half of Baldwin County, which encapsulates Milledgeville as well. And I think our focus is now the straight line winds and potentially the hail core. Let me see what is happening in terms of the hail core. So right now, the hail core is now decreased in size. When that tornado formed, it had a really large diameter. Now, one thing to note is that this graphic, the hail size measure in terms of the graphic, that has a little bit of a delay. So this is around 10 minutes ago. But as of right now, or as of 10 minutes ago, looking like the hail core has decreased, just showing that the storm may have overworked itself. It reached its peak intensity, and then it just overworked. It choked some of the energy from the atmosphere, and that's why we're seeing a little bit of a decrease, but still seeing some gusty straight line winds as it moves into Irwinton. It just moved past Gordon, just east of Gordon, so southeast of Coopers in Baldwin County as well. Seeing the strongest of the winds so far, but nothing really impressive, nothing telling me that we're seeing extreme wind gusts that could be over 60 miles per hour. But I think that's the main concern as of right now. Going back to the reflectivity, seeing that the lightning has also become less frequent. We're seeing that the downpours are now moving into Irwinton, going just south of Baldwin County. And we also have some lightning still occurring just north of Gordon, but all in all, places behind the line are seeing less and less activity in terms of inclement weather. If we go behind the line, all the places that experienced severe weather earlier, just seeing some light, steady rain, some downpours, especially in Peach County and south of Crawford County, but all in all, nothing compared to what they experienced earlier today. So that's a good sign because we're approaching the end of the day. We're getting into the period which is past sunset. The sun setting is just removing that heat, the energy needed for storms to fire up. We do have some decent wind shear that could potentially spur some spin-up tornadoes. That's why the watch was extended. But it's always a good thing that we're approaching those hours in which it's purely night, and the chances in terms of nighttime severe weather decrease in general as compared to severe thunderstorm activity in the afternoon. Ansley, I see you're back towards the velocity graphic there. Let's see what you got there.
I'm just keeping an eye on this. Again, when we are still under a severe thunderstorm warning, then we do still have wind speeds kind of up to that 60 mile per hour threshold. So we're still dealing with some gusty winds, but I do have a report from our newsroom. They spoke with Sean Clark, the Twiggs County EMA director, and he says there are no injuries to report from that area of rotation that moved through Twiggs County at the moment. So good news. We are always grateful to hear that nobody is hurt. He said that crews are already out on the roads right now surveying damage and cleaning things up, and there are several reports of trees down at the moment. So continuing to stay off the roads, even though the tornado warning is done for northern Twiggs County and southern Bibb County, because this allows for emergency management crews to go ahead and get out and start cleaning things up and helping people restore power and things like that, or getting to folks who might need some help. So they're out on the roads doing that right now and just kind of waiting this out in your homes until you know the roads are back safe and that things are restored in those areas, because we did have a confirmed tornado. So we're probably still kind of discovering areas of debris that may be laying around. You may just want to exercise some caution if you do have to be out on the roads in those areas. But at least for right now, the main area that we're still watching, if we kind of take this all the way out, big picture, we're really just talking about mostly rain in our areas that already kind of dealt with the severe weather threat earlier today. So areas that have been trimmed out of the tornado watch, Jasper, Putnam, Monroe, Upson, and Taylor counties, they now continue to have some lightning strikes. So if you're in that area and you're thinking, hey, I thought the severe potential was past, it really is. You just may continue to have a couple of rumbling thunderstorms from here and there, and then there really is just going to continue to be a swath of steady rain throughout the rest of the day today and into the overnight hours tonight. We still have yet to see a flash flood warning, so that is good news, but we likely are tacking on the rainfall totals a pretty good amount as we kind of push into the evening hours here, and that will be something that we're watching for as well. So including the hazards that may be out on the road from potential debris, you also just want to be careful out on the roads with how much rain may have come down in a pretty short amount of time that we've been dealing with here, because that is also going to cause maybe a potential hazard for driving out on the roads as well. So that's kind of my report from the latest from EMA directors at the moment.
Yeah, and it's really promising to hear no injuries yet. We hope that that's the that's the case throughout the rest of today and for tomorrow, because we know that this was an observed tornado. So we know that damage did occur in those areas within the path of the tornado. So really good news so far. Hopefully that doesn't change. And we're seeing that the main line, or the main area that still has a severe thunderstorm warning and is within Wilkinson, portions of Washington. I think the line is now moving past Baldwin County. Milledgeville just experienced the worst of the storm. So this is what we're going to continue to watch. And I think Megan has a special message to say.
Yes, thank you guys so much for all of your continuous coverage. And at this time, we are going to head off the air and we are going to continue on our streaming platform, 13WMAZ Plus. Now, if you don't have the app, you can go ahead and text the word plus to 478 what is our number, y'all? 478-253-1309. And you can go ahead and text that number to us so we can help you download our Plus app so you can continue to catch all of our up-to-date coverage on our streaming service. Thank you guys so much for joining us on air. And again, continue with us on the Plus app. I think before we let you go, we're going to take a look at some of your photos. Are we going to take a look at some of your photos? Possibly. Yep, here we go. Here are some of your photos before we let you go. This is from Diane Dixon from Jones County. She sent this cloud off of Highway 41 North. Thank you so much for sending this photo. This is Helena Kirkland. She sent us this photo near Centerville in Byron over I-75. And a viewer also sent us this video from Weaver Road in Macon-Bibb County near the fire station. Those slow moving clouds looking similar to what we saw on our Skycam earlier in our coverage. I think we have a couple more to show you. This is Daryl Milner, possibly, who also sent us a photo from the northeast corner of Byron around 5:20 this afternoon. That big cloud definitely made its way across our viewing area. And we're going to go ahead and take it over to our streaming service now. Thank you so much for joining us. Again, we're going to head over to the stream. We are going to take it off of air. So thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Well, thank you for joining us. So that confirmed tornado that affected South Bibb County moved into Twiggs, and it could have moved into Wilkinson County. that has now expired. The threat is now over. And now our concern, our attention is now towards the severe thunderstorm warning that captures Wilkinson County. It captures parts of Baldwin County, but I think the worst of the storm just moved just towards the east of Milledgeville. And I think the storm is now approaching the western half of Washington County as well. And I think portions of Hancock County could see some gusty winds as well. So that's where our focus is. We're going to now move in just to see the exact areas where the storm is having the highest of the impact. So we can see a little bit of a bowing segment here. Typically that means where winds are at their strongest. We also have some lightning here and some heavy downpours. I'm going to go back towards velocity just to show you where the strongest of the winds are. And as you can see, the winds are not necessarily as impressive. This was the remnants of that rotation, and it looks to the naked eye that there's still some rotation there, but as of right now, it's not looking like nothing compared to what it was earlier. But this is where the strongest of the winds are. The winds are just moving just east of Irwinton, northeast of Nicholsville, and I think Oconee, just on that western side of Washington County. We'll see some gusty winds in the next couple of moments. But all in all, it looks like the winds, the line of winds are now moving through Wilkinson County, going towards the eastern half of Wilkinson County and approaching Washington County as of right now. Some of the other places that I think could see some gusty winds would be Wrightsville, Oconee, Tennell, and Harrison. But one of the things that we haven't seen so far, and most of our models showed, was a potential stall, and it was supposed to stall in this area. So I'm going to go back to the Futureview just to show you what we're talking about and what we've been talking about for the past couple of forecasts. This was supposed to have a stalling feature that was going to occur throughout the night and into the overnight before going eastward into the eastern counties such as Lawrence and Johnson, Dodge, Telfair, sorry for that scroll right there, Dodge, Wheeler County, and Trutland County. But we haven't seen that yet. We've actually seen that the system has continued to move eastward. The system stalled earlier today in the northwest corner of Georgia near Atlanta, and it stalled for a good bit, for a couple of hours, before finally moving into central Georgia. And according to all the forecasts and all the models, it was supposed to stall at this moment, but it looks like it's continuing to move eastward into the eastern counties, which would be very interesting to see. But obviously, we're rooting for this because if it moves through central Georgia tonight, that means that we won't have many impacts tomorrow. And tomorrow we have a level 2 out of 5 risk for the southeastern counties. I'm going to point that here. We have a level 2 out of 5 risk for the southeastern counties, and this is due to the supposed stall that was going to happen at this exact moment for the areas experiencing rain. The SBC, the National Weather Service, and all of our models were predicting that this system will then move into the southeastern counties by tomorrow afternoon when it runs into air that's recovered by the heat of the day and could potentially interact with unstable air, and we could potentially see some severe weather during that time. Well, now I'm rooting for the system just to move on across, and we'll be just done with this. We'll have cold air in the back end of this, and we'll be nice and clear for tomorrow. Not necessarily clear, but we'll have nice weather for tomorrow and avoid severe weather for tomorrow. So that's something that we'll definitely monitor as this system continues to move through central Georgia. We're hoping that this will just move on through and we'll just be done with the severe weather and we'll be in the clear. But as of right now, we have a severe thunderstorm warning, and actually an extension of the severe thunderstorm warning.
Well, it's actually, they actually made it smaller. So it's actually kind of good news because the areas that they're kind of, well, I'm assuming what they're going to do is expire the areas that are surrounding this smaller polygon here. And then just continue with what you can see in the dark red on the reflectivity there, which is likely our area of highest wind speeds where we're maybe, I didn't see if they went ahead and warned
it looks like they
hail.
extended it a little bit more towards the south too, into the
Oh, is it the
northern
smaller
portions
one
of,
or the bigger one that's the new one? That's my bad. I thought it was the bigger one. I mean the smaller
actually
one.
it looks like, no, it is a smaller one, sorry.
Okay, good. No, that's fine.
Yeah.
I totally could have been wrong. I was just making sure.
Which is a good thing, because that means that the area of strong winds and potentially severe weather is generally small, and that's always something that we'd like to see.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's kind of the new severe thunderstorm warning. It's the exact same area, but it takes down that southern tier of Twiggs County there and takes out, I think, what was kind of the northern end of Baldwin County there. So now that area of strongest wind speed is just rolling towards the Wilkinson-Washington County line here and in the southeastern tier of Bibb County, kind of the area that was just under that tornado warning. So now you're just going to see some gusty winds come towards you. Luckily, right now there's nothing that appears to be rotating, so we're staying kind of clear at the moment in terms of rotation, it seems like. So hopefully we'll kind of keep it that way, because I think everybody's ready to take a little bit of a breather after the tornado warning that we just had. And we're going to continue to see if we can get any reports. If you have any damage photos or things like that, feel free to DM me on Facebook personally and send them to me, or just to post them in our weather network. I'm going to take a minute in a couple minutes here and see if we can go through and see if there are any damage reports. Please only do that when it's safe to do so. You can also send them into our newsroom, and our producers can work on getting that into our show as well. We do have the number on your screen. I know it says text plus, but if you're already here with us on 13 WMAZ plus, you can also send your damage reports and photos to the number on your screen. So please only do that when it's safe to do so. So the areas where the severe threat is over, if you do have some damage reports, photos, information, anything like that, please send them into our newsroom, and you can also post them in our 13 WMAZ weather network, and we can take a minute to kind of go through those. That really helps us out, because you've heard us say time and time again, we're here in the studio with, you know, things on a screen. We're here looking at the radar. It's much harder for us to get a picture of what's actually going on out on the ground. So we really rely on your information to do that. And we do know that there likely is some damage reports from where we had that tornado warning. It'd be interesting to see kind of what that was able to do. Luckily, at the moment, we don't have reports of injuries, so we will hope that it stays that way and that everybody kind of was able to hunker down during that tornado warning, David.
Mm-hmm. And that we're definitely hoping that as well. And I'm now looking big picture. So we had that main line, the leading edge of the front, move in. That's what caused the severe weather in that tornado that earlier was observed in South Bibb and in Twiggs County. But we're also noticing a second line that's approaching on the backside of the first wave, I guess, how to describe it. But this is expected. This was supposed to be one of the rounds of rain that was occurring during the overnight. But what's interesting to see is if this moves on in and towards the to east, we're going to see how this moves. So if it will continue to stall like it did earlier today, or will it move into our areas once again? But one thing that I'm seeing is that I'm not seeing much in terms of thunderstorm activity. The only thunderstorm that I'm seeing within this secondary line is just west of Montgomery, and it has a core of lightning over in those areas. But the good thing is we're approaching the hours where the sun is setting. We're getting a lot less light, and that will decrease the energy from the atmosphere. The air will be less unstable, and that will take away fuel for these storms to develop. So I think the severe weather window, we've been highlighting this for the past couple of days, severe weather window from 4 to 7 o'clock after sunset, those severe weather chances decrease as well. So I think that's the positive thing with this main line. But then the secondary risk that we've also been communicating for the past couple of days is potentially flooding. We haven't seen anything in terms of flood warning so far, but as what we've been mentioning, the system is supposed to stall and linger into our area for the next day. It could finally be out of our neck of the woods by tomorrow late night. So with that constant barrage of rain being into central Georgia, we could see some really high rainfall amounts, and we could potentially see some flooding. I'm going to go towards the flood watch. I haven't seen any extension towards this, which is really good news. Actually, no, we have seen an extension towards this. So now the northwestern half of central Georgia is within a flood watch. So to be exact, Macon County, Houston County, Peach County, Crawford County, Taylor County, Upson County, Monroe, Bibb, of course, Twiggs, Wilkinson County, Baldwin County, Jones County, Hancock, Putnam, Jasper, and Lamar County, Upson County are now within that flood watch. So it's going to be interesting to see how much rain we receive in the next couple of days. And Ansley, I've been talking to you. Hopefully we don't see a stall. It just moves on out, and we'll just be done with the bad weather and with the insane rain, potentially high rainfall amounts
I don't think
tomorrow.
Anybody wants it to be over more than me and you. Yeah. We are ready to see this thing be done. But yeah, we're probably going to be dealing with some rain now. And I'm showing you the Perry Skycam to show you that areas that kind of already had that initial brunt of gusty winds and strong strong wind speeds really mainly being the main thing, but stronger thunderstorms now kind of have these subsequent showers, and this is just kind of what it looks like at Perry right now. They have a shower rolling over there, a pretty heavy one at that, and there's probably been some occasional lightning strikes in the area as well. So the winds are still a little gusty. It's obviously still not great weather for being outdoors, for driving, for things like that, but again, the severe potential kind of looking a little bit better in this area as well. And the more rain, unfortunately, as much as we don't want rain, the more rain-cooled air that we can get out in the atmosphere is actually going to be a really good thing for us for kind of anything that tries to spur up once again. So while I have you kind of looking at the Perry Skycam here, I also have a report from Chris Floor. He says that there are trees and power lines down at the Okmulgee East Boulevard on Old Macon Road, and he also asks that everyone in Bibb County can call 478-751-7500 to report damages. Again, that's how they're going to get damage crews out there to help you out, to clear debris, to make the roads safe again. So that is from Chris Floor asking for reports of damage for Bibb County. Again, that was in southern Bibb County where we did have a tornado warning earlier. So you can do that, and again, you can continue to send things to our newsroom as well. And I am taking a scroll through the Weather Network here and seeing some pretty impressive videos of when that initial line was rolling through. Lots of shelf cloud videos, and then not seeing right now any of the actual video of tornado, and I hope I don't see that. I hope that everybody who was under the tornado warning was in their safe place, but I'm just taking a scroll through here. So again, if you do have some damage photos that you want to throw in there, that may give us a picture of what we're seeing out there on the ground right now.
And just a little tidbit on that, I think it'd be really hard to get any sort of visual about the tornado.
Agreed.
Because it was rain wrapped. So
Right.
it was surrounded by rain, and that's why we had extra concern on it, because you couldn't see it. The only way to see it would be through the radar. Thankfully, the tornado has dissipated and we're not seeing any rotation as of right now. We are seeing a little bit of a Boeing segment just as this storm approaches Washington County. So a little bit east of Irwinton going into Oconee. Some steady lightning strikes, nothing as impressive as what it was earlier, but still something to keep an eye out. I think this is the worst of the storms as compared to the overall system in general that's stretched across Georgia and portions of Alabama. If we look at the velocity, the winds have also become less impressive. So typically with an impressive line of winds, like a Boeing segment, we're not seeing that. It seems like it's a lot more scattered. The colors are less bright, meaning that the winds are not as high as what they're typically, as what it was earlier, or what it could be. So the winds are not as impressive, but still relatively gusty. So that's something to take note. The highest of the wind gusts are moving now towards Washington County into Oconee. We also have this segment of wind potentially going to Sandersville and Kendall as of right now. I think now our area of focus is now straying away from Wilkinson County and going more into the western portion of Washington County as well. Johnson County potentially could see some gusty winds. So I'm not seeing anything in terms of impressive wind gusts. So it'll be interesting to see what the National Weather Service does, if they extend the severe weather warning or if they just let it expire, and we'll be left with no severe weather at the current moment. And we're approaching that 7 o'clock hour, so we're 6 minutes out until they have to make a decision. And also the storms are now moving across the polygon. It's entering the zones in which they're not under a severe thunderstorm warning as of this moment. So it'll be interesting to see what the National Weather Service does when the time comes in the next coming minutes. I'm going to go back towards the radar reflectivity. Still seeing some steady to heavy rain on the leading edge of the line, of the leading edge of the front. So I think Oconee, I think they'll see the strongest and the heaviest of the rain out of anyone in central Georgia. That doesn't mean that it wasn't as strong as compared to what it was earlier today. But seeing just minimal lightning overall. And I think that's just the case all over central Georgia as well. Here at the station, we're hearing some rumbles of thunder. So rumbles of thunder are not out of question of the possibilities that can happen later today. We're seeing it, we're experiencing it right now, but I don't think we're going to see any sudden bursts of severe weather that will pop up out of nowhere, especially as the line is now moving towards the east, and now we're just left with the back end of that first line that is now dealing with the overworked atmosphere and less energy for storms to develop overall. So Ansley, it looks like you're on the Skycam, and as I mentioned, with the reflectivity radar here, shows steady rain here still in Macon. We can still hear rumbles of thunder, but what are you seeing through the Skycam?
Much different picture than what we saw when we checked in and we had the tornado warning, where you saw that giant shelf cloud rolling across our area, and then what potentially was the confirmed tornado, but it was too wrapped up in rain to be able to see. So this is a much calmer picture now, even though we're still dealing with some showers across our area here, but I can kind of take you around the horn. And it's probably still a little gusty out there as well. Again, there is just simply not much compared to what we were seeing earlier, but you're definitely seeing some rain. I'm trying to get a good kind of picture of the parking lot that we usually look at, and I'm a little disoriented with our new Skycam, so forgive me, but there it is, yeah, right down there. Some lightning on there also, so there is an occasional lightning strike, but mainly we're just talking about winds. Usually the parking lot can kind of give me a good picture if it's getting gusty out there. It looks like it's actually pretty calm in terms of the wind speeds. There probably is an occasional gust that gets a little bit breezy, but you can definitely see the rain starting to kind of pile on there. And again, that's really the main thing that we're transitioning to watching as we kind of push into the evening hours here, is just how much rainfall we're going to have the chance to accumulate. And we can talk a little bit about the rainfall totals that we're already seeing at the moment. I'm assuming that we're probably up a good amount here at the moment. And what you can see, if maybe it'll give me, yeah, okay, it loaded nice and quick. It was giving me some trouble earlier. So areas that already had some pretty strong thunderstorms, part of those were the fact that it dumped down a lot of rain also at the same time. So where the thunderstorms are really strong heading into Taylor County, they already got a good amount of rainfall there as well. They've also had some subsequent showers kind of roll over the same areas multiple times. So close to 3 inches of rain already in Taylor County, and then pushing along that line that rolled into Bibb County. They're also seeing close to 3 inches here, maybe even at the station, we could be seeing up to that amount. So lighter amounts where maybe the secondary round of showers hasn't quite rolled over just yet, or also where the thunderstorms have just been a little bit weaker. I say weaker because it's been a pretty gusty afternoon for just about everybody here. But on the higher end, we're already seeing up to 3 inches of rain, and we could continue to pile on the totals here. And with heavy rainfall up in North Georgia as well, it's likely that we could see some flood warnings for river flooding here in the next couple of days, especially as some of that water just kind of flows down into our central Georgia area. That may continue to add on to the rainfall totals there as well. So certainly seeing some heavy rainfall totals here at the moment. I also think, and my producers may not be ready for this just yet, but we did have some reports of power outages as the line rolled through. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Joe. We were talking about around 6,000 power outages, maybe perhaps, no, less than that. About 4,000, okay, in Bibb County as that really strong thunderstorm with the tornado rolled through. And then further in other counties, definitely seeing a few power outages here. It does seem like power outages have been restored to a couple of areas that were dealing with that earlier. Again, we said emergency management crews have done a good job getting out there and getting stuff back on track. So hopefully they can continue to do that. And again, so far, from what we are hearing from Baldwin and Crawford County EMA directors, no reports of damages at the moment. But again, if you do have damages, continue to report those to your local EMA directors, also to our newsroom, so that we can show damage photos and also just let people be aware of what areas they should be avoiding. But luckily, it seems like so far we haven't had a ton of confirmed damages, and we haven't had confirmed injuries, which of course we just keep reiterating is a really good sign, especially with a confirmed tornado on the ground. It's certainly good news to hear that that did not really cause major impacts for people here. And I'm hearing the dings now.
Yep, we have some new updates towards the severe thunderstorm warning. So that ding shows the extension of the severe thunderstorm warning. So now it's for most of Washington County. Let's see, I don't think any portion of Hancock County, only that first warning that I think will expire in the next coming minutes, only had Hancock County. But this new warning, yeah, it does not have Hancock County. This is only purely for Washington County and portions of Wilkinson County as this storm just continues to move more towards the east, and then also for parts of Glasscock and Jefferson County, but technically they're not in our viewing area. For central Georgia, Washington County is the main area under that severe thunderstorm warning. And this is all due to the winds continuing to be gusty. We have that bowing out segment right over there. I'm just going to put the base velocity out there just to goes to show, all right. So we have the winds stretching from Oconee. I think Oconee is currently seeing some strong wind gusts. This is just west of Sandersville and Tennille, and I don't think this is any area of concern. It is technically rotation, but I think that's just a remnant of that main tornado that we saw earlier today in Twiggs and South Bibb County and portions of Wilkinson County. So I think it's just remnants of that. But overall, the main line of winds that are producing the biggest impacts as of right now in central Georgia are now moving into Washington County. Just going into the hail, because we haven't checked hail in a while. We have a really small hail core, extremely small, probably penny size. Just a quick note about the hail size graphic. This is from 10 minutes ago. So this could have changed, but as of right now, it's looking like the hail in general is at a minimum. Going back to the reflectivity, just to show you where the also heaviest of the rain is, it's just moving just west of Sandersville. So I think Sandersville will see the downpours and the potentially gusty winds in the next coming minutes. I'd say at least 10, 15 minutes you'll see it coming in. And then Tennille as well could also experience some of the impacts from the storms in the next coming minutes as well. If we go zoom out, one thing that's very promising is that this is the only severe thunderstorm warning that we currently have in central Georgia. And typically with any sort of front, we see a more organized structure in terms of severe weather. So it is not uncommon to see multiple severe thunderstorm warnings stretched across the main line, that leading edge right here. This is one of the things that is kind of different than what we've saw in the past couple of systems, where it's mostly rain and some gusty winds, but there's just an area, there's a sector of really strong and to severe winds. And then we also had that tornado associated with that sector of wind. So I think most of central Georgia experienced some rain and some thunderstorms, but the severe weather was only stretched or was only affected just a really specific area in central Georgia. So I know Crawford County, of course, Twiggs County got really hit hard with a tornado. Upson, Taylor County received the strongest of the wind gusts. So it's good that the system is not producing widespread severe thunderstorms, but we just still have to deal with the gusty winds as it moves into Washington County. And one of the good things also is that we're seeing that the main batch of rain is now still moving towards the east. So moving east of Macon. We had some rumbles of thunder earlier, just a couple of minutes ago. That's sort of dissipating. We're starting to see the rain decrease in intensity, now becoming light into light sprinkles to light showers. And we still have some rain on the back end for Monroe County, for Forsyth. But the main point of this is that the rain is cooling the air, and now we're approaching the hours after sunset where that's taking away the heat and the air is less stable. So I'm going to go look at the temperatures just to show you areas that have the differences in temperatures, areas that have that rain-cooled air. And you can totally see right here that the areas within towards the east of this line have temperatures into the upper 80s, mid 70s, but areas behind this towards the west dealing with temperatures into the lower 60s. So that's definitely means that the atmosphere has been overworked. It's taken away the fuel. So I think in these areas, the chances for severe storms are decreasing or close to none, as these temperatures are just way too low to sustain potential strong to severe storms for later tonight or maybe for tomorrow. So that's definitely something good and positive to see. But based off with the temperatures, we still have temperatures into the 80s. So that's just well enough, warm enough to potentially sustain maybe another strong thunderstorm along that leading edge of the front. So along any of these areas, so Warner Robins, Jeffersonville, Irwinton, I really doubt it. Irwinton just got hit by that Boeing segment. So I doubt Irwinton will see any more severe thunderstorms, but any place along that line, I think they have a chance, especially if there's a difference in temperature with temperatures into the lower 80s. So going back to the severe thunderstorm warning, not seeing anything in terms of possible rotation, still seeing a relatively clean line, but the rainfall intensity has decreased. So we're only seeing downpours just west of Sandersville, anything north of that, so just in Linton, west of Worthen, the rain is relatively steady, and you could potentially hear some rumbles of thunder. But I think this is the area that is producing the worst weather in central Georgia. As this area of bright colors, that bright red right here, moving into Sandersville, I think that will produce some gusty winds for the people in Sandersville. And I think the Oconee area, they just received parts of the worst storm. So I think the main line of the gusty storms just moved into Oconee. I think that's the current situation over there. I think the area to look out for is Sandersville. But when I mean look out, just some gusty winds that could reach 50 to 60 miles per hour. But in terms of rotation, not seeing anything of that. Overall, this storm is looking a lot less impressive than what it was earlier. Ansley, do you have anything to show? I see you have the live radar pulled up.
I'm kind of just flipping back and forth between areas that are still under the watch and then areas that are still seeing these storms start to roll over, just to kind of get an idea of, okay, what do we have left? Kind of what areas have already seen some storms? And like David was just showing you, there's a good number of areas that already have some rain-cooled air, and the severe potential is just a lot lower. Now, I will say also, the good news is somebody just asked in our National Weather Service chat if the Storm Prediction Center is thinking about issuing any watches elsewhere for where they have kind of this secondary line supposed to come through, and they said that they were not anticipating doing that. So hopefully that means that that secondary line really just will run into a cool environment that won't really have much to support it in terms of severe weather potential. But if we take a look at what's going on the radar now and compare it with our tornado watch, well, you'll notice that kind of Houston, Peach, Macon, Twiggs, Bibb, Jones, those areas are still under the tornado watch. But when you take a look at what's going on the satellite and radar, they are sitting under generally calm conditions. It's still a couple of thunderstorms. There's still some lightning strikes there. There's still some heavy rainfall, but it's definitely calmer than what we saw earlier. So we can also take a look at that on the sky cams as well. Just areas that have already dealt with a lot of the showers and storms now seem to just kind of be mellowing out to where maybe this is honestly a little bit of a relaxing thunderstorm, what's left behind of it, where you can kind of just enjoy the rain, kind of enjoy some of the rumbles of thunder, and just know that there's not really much of a severe potential left behind here. I also hope, oh, there we go, sorry, my camera is about to try to focus, so it's going to zoom in really far. I also know that, I totally lost my train of thought with that zooming in there. You know, that's okay. We'll just keep going around the handle there. I apologize. I totally lost my train of thought with that. But generally, kind of, this is what the look is across areas that are still dealing with a couple of those showers and storms that are no longer severe, but just kicking up some rain and maybe some gusty winds from time to time. And you can see out in the distance, I've seen your photos of I-75 near Perry. It was a dark, stormy scene, and you could really see the shelf cloud over this area earlier today. Now it's much calmer. You can still see the flags are blowing, so there's still a little bit of a breeze out there. Still some rain, but generally things are just much, much calmer, and hopefully staying that way overnight tonight as well. Here's a look at CGTC, so over in Warner Robins at our new Skycam, where we also saw a pretty impressive look at the shelf cloud, but you now can see people driving around who are kicking up a little bit of water out on the road. So there is some accumulation happening there. And we saw the rainfall totals just a minute ago. They're starting to climb up near 3 inches in places that have received heavy rainfall. So starting to shift our focus a little bit to more of a flooding potential as well. And let's take a look at Dublin, because that's not an area we've talked about a ton, just because they haven't really seen much. And I'm actually going to, before we totally flip over to their Skycam, I'm going to check in on the satellite and radar so we can get an idea of maybe which direction we could point to see if maybe we can see some showers and storms. So you'll notice in Dublin right now, it's quiet, but there's probably some thick clouds rolling kind of into that area here. And let's see, it looks like you could point kind of northwesterly and get a little bit of an idea here. And I can see the clouds in the distance. It probably would help if I just turned it on so you could see it as well. And there we go. So that's the look at downtown Dublin. It's definitely becoming a dark scene, maybe not quite as defined as what we saw when the shelf clouds are rolling into kind of Perry, downtown Macon, places like that, in the photos that I'm seeing from you in the weather network. But it still may take some time for Dublin to see this line here. Again, it's maybe kind of slowed down a little bit. I don't know if you would say the same, David, but it does kind of seem to me like maybe a touch it's taken a little bit of a...
This is exactly what I'm reviewing right now. I'm going through the past couple hours in the satellite and radar just to see the behavior of the system. And as we can see, the past couple hours is just moving straight east. and going in through Bibb County. This is when we experienced that tornado around 6 o'clock, moving into Twiggs County, Wilkinson County. But now I'm just seeing it shift more towards the northeast a little bit. I think I need another hour just to compare on the behavior of the storm, because it looks like it's slowing down by a tad, but I don't want to say that it's now officially stalling. I need a little bit more evidence of that, but it looks like there's some signs that the stall that was forecasted by the models, by the SPC, it looks like it's happening right now as the system is just slowing down in speed, and we're also not seeing much in terms of this southern edge of the line going into places such as Dooley, the rest of Houston County, not going into Pulaski. It's still continuing to just move a little bit towards, it will move a little bit towards the east, but the main circulation of storms are going more towards the northeast. So that's one thing I'm noticing, and that's one of the things that kind of tell me that there might be a stall going on, just like what the models have been indicating.
Hang in your eye that there might be a stall about to happen.
Yeah.
Well, we'll give it some more time before we make an official declaration on that. But yeah, it does kind of seem to me like there's a little bit of a pause, at least in terms of also just the severe weather potential that we just had. Now we're taking a little bit of a lull. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for Washington County, but that's about it that we have at the moment. Other than that, it's just a couple of subsequent showers and storms. What I'm kind of trying to talk about by talking about Dublin is our southeastern counties that haven't seen anything just yet. So again, our models today have had a little bit of trouble with this, but if we kind of take a look at the HER model, which I know David just showed you there a minute ago, it may be a bit of time before our southeastern counties really start to see anything from this. We kind of get a little bit of a, some of that stall prevents our southeastern counties from seeing things until maybe Monday late morning or even the early afternoon, potentially, depending on how this kind of pans out over the next couple of hours or so. I will say we were throwing a little shade earlier on some of the models, but they have actually kind of done, at least the HER model has done a fairly decent job with what's happened over the past couple of hours or so.
I think it went a little bit too much to the east, more than what the models were indicating, but still following that similar pattern. There have been signs where it was going against the model. So earlier this morning, it moved earlier than anticipated towards the northwestern corner of Georgia. So it arrived in Atlanta a little sooner than anticipated. So we were seeing if that was going to continue, and if that trend continued, then we would expect an earlier arrival for the northwestern counties here in central Georgia. But then it stalled for a couple hours in the early afternoon, then moved due east once again towards places such as Upson County and Taylor County. So right around 4 o'clock is when we started to see the storms move into these areas such as Upson County. And I remember this time, that's when we had a tornado warning in Marion and Talbot County, and then it dissipated right before it entered Butler County. But overall, after that initial stall in the afternoon, it moved northeast, but had more of an easterly component towards it. So it moved towards Bibb County, Crawford County. This was the main sector of the storm that produced the worst weather. So right around here is where it had the gusty winds. And then I'd say a couple minutes after that is when that tornado formed and touched the ground in South Bibb County, and as it moved into the northern parts of Twiggs and southern portions of Wilkinson County. But as we can see, after that, we're not seeing much movement in terms of an easterly component. It looks like it's still continuing to go northeast in terms of the overall singular storms, but in terms of the system itself, it looks like it may be doing another stall once again. So I'm going to go back to the radar. I mean, this is the radar, but I'm going to go into the present radar, and I'm going to go into the base velocity just to check in on our possible wind gusts. So as of right now, it looks like the strongest of the winds are now moving east of Sandersville, east of Tennille. So I think they just experienced the worst of the storms, and we are now seeing an extension of the severe thunderstorm warning, but the original extension of the severe thunderstorm warning already covered all of Washington County, or most of Washington County. So I think this is only going to affect the counties surrounding Washington County, such as Glasscock and Jefferson, but they're just trimming the severe thunderstorm warning as of right now, because as I mentioned, places just west of Sandersville and Tennille have experienced, I think, the worst of the storm. So I think that's why they're trimming the severe thunderstorm warning. It's always good to have less coverage area in terms of potential severe weather. So that's always good to see. But the main winds are now moving into the middle portion of Washington County, so through Sandersville and Tennell. Going back to the reflectivity just to see, we're seeing increased lightning frequency. Not seeing much, only seeing a couple of lightning strikes just north of Sandersville, so in the northern quadrant of Washington County. We are seeing this really intense sliver of downpours south of Tennell. So that could, I think you could definitely hear it, and that could potentially impact you if you're driving in any of those roads within that sliver of downpours. But even with the extension of that severe thunderstorm warning, I'm not seeing anything impressive in terms of really gusty winds or anything in terms of frequent lightning or hail. And talking about hail, let's go back, and we're not seeing anything currently, or as opposed to the past 10 minutes, we're not seeing any hail. So that's a good sign. It just goes to show that this storm is now weakening, and this correlates to the timing. So now we're approaching 7:16. We're having a lot less light outside, and that's just is taking away the fuel that is needed for storms to develop and to turn strong. So I think all in all, the signs are pointing towards a better overnight and potentially a better morning. The risk is tomorrow afternoon, as this system is supposed to stall, and then once it moves east towards the southeastern counties. Let me pull up the level 2 risk. As it goes into the southeastern counties, it will encounter warm air once again. That's recovered by the heat of the day. So places just east of Dublin, east of Eastman, east of Abbeville, and east of Wrightsville, anywhere east within this line are under a level 2 out of 5 risk for severe weather, just because they will interact with warm and potentially unstable air as that front is now moving into warm and potentially unstable air as well. So there's a chance of severe weather for those areas for tomorrow, but we're just hoping that the stall doesn't occur and it just moves on through, and we're just left with decent weather as opposed to severe weather for tomorrow. Now, Ansley, I see you're back into the HER high resolution model, and that model has done great. I think it's performed the best out of all the models that we've used for forecasting the system. But can you just show us one more time what this system is expected to do as it's moving into Washington County?
Of course. So like David just showed, you have the SPC outlook for tomorrow too. So this is something that we knew for a while. This was going to be a long duration event. And unfortunately for people that are kind of south and east that haven't seen this line just yet, the threat really for you guys is kind of, as David was mentioning, as we get back into the heat of the day tomorrow. So hopefully it should be a bit of a more calm overnight tonight, but the showers and some of those rumbles of thunder may still kind of just persist for our north and we'll say kind of western but also eastern counties, kind of our northern half generally now. It's been a little bit more east than what the models are showing here. Then as we push into early morning Monday, so as you kind of start your day off on Monday and then maybe head into kind of your mid-morning, that's when our areas like Lawrence County, Dodge County, Pulaski, Bleckley, areas like that may start to see this line try to pick back up just a little bit again. That means that there just could be a couple of gustier storms once again, maybe a few severe thunderstorms if the environment holds on enough to kind of support that. And then hopefully this whole thing will be pushing out by the time we hit the late afternoon Monday, and then we may have the return of another swath of rain behind that, but that should just be rain. And then finally, by the time we are at Monday, kind of late night, heading into the overnight hours Monday, we will kick this entire thing, rain, storms, the whole thing, out of our area, and then we are setting up for a well-deserved Tuesday. It's going to be a nice reward here. We'll have plenty of clear skies, and this is not my favorite thing. I love the hot weather, but if you're not a fan of the hot weather, it's actually going to get much cooler behind this as well. So it's kind of just going to be a little bit of a messy overnight, really early morning hours for the people that are kind of south of the line where it's sitting right now, and then we are going to be much clearer after that. But I do kind of want to emphasize that there is maybe the return of a severe weather potential for kind of our southeastern counties for Monday mid-morning into about the afternoon there. That's kind of the only thing that I don't want people to miss, just because we're finally going to be through with this in our northern half, and then our southern half is going to have to just take their turn getting rid of these storms here.
Yeah, and if the stall takes place, places towards the east, places under that level 2 for tomorrow, they actually have a chance of not seeing anything for the rest of the day, and potentially into early morning tomorrow.
Yeah.
So places far east, where we're talking about Trutland, potentially Montgomery and Wheeler County and Telfair County, these areas are under the level 2 for tomorrow, but for the rest of the day today, there is a good chance that they won't even see any weather for the rest of the day today. Their time for activity will be more for tomorrow if everything goes to plan in terms of models and the forecasting. Now, I have received word of people asking about places south of Perry and Warner Robins, and we haven't brought much attention to y'all, unfortunately, because the worst of the weather has been strictly confined towards these areas along that sector of really strong winds, and then, of course, that confirmed tornado that went through Crawford, North Peach, and of course the tornado touched down in South Bibb County and into Twiggs, and then that line of gusty winds went into Wilkinson. But for places south of Perry, it looks like most of y'all experienced rumbles of thunder and some just steady to heavy rain, where they didn't experience anything close to severe, just some normal thunderstorms over there. So if we look at what's happening right now, we're not even seeing any lightning that has occurred in the past 10 minutes in these areas. Seeing light to steady rain in Marshallville, seeing some sprinkles in Perry. We saw on the Perry Skycam that Ansley showed with some steady rain as well as some gusty winds earlier, but winds not approaching that severe weather threshold. And then we have some decent rain just east of Ellaville, in the southern portion of Macon County, south of Montezuma. Dooley County, not seeing much. And I think most of the activity will be for later tonight and potentially tomorrow for Dooley County. But all in all, these areas have just seen mainly rain and some rumbles of thunder. And then for the southeastern half, as I mentioned, haven't seen anything yet. So places such as Dodge, Pulaski, Wilcox County, Crisp County, Telfair, Wheeler, Montgomery, Trutland, and portions of most of Lawrence County have not experienced any of the rain yet. So it all depends on the stall. If this stalls, and it looks like it's stalling as of right now, but if everything goes to plan, the weather will be minimal for the rest of the day for these areas. And then throughout the overnight, it will gently move towards the east. And I think most of the activity will be for tomorrow, mid-morning, early tomorrow afternoon. That's where the highest chances of severe weather will be in place for the places under a level 2 out of 5 risk for severe weather for Telfair, Wheeler, and Montgomery. And we just had one lightning strike in South Macon County, but overall, that's been the most we've seen so far for areas south of Perry, which is a good thing. We never want inclement weather. We don't want severe weather that stretches all across central Georgia. We want it to be as confined as possible if we were to receive severe weather, and it looks like that has been the trend so far. So going into our severe thunderstorm warning once again, looks like the line of gusty winds, so the worst parts of the storm, is now moving towards the northeast. So still going towards the eastern part of Sandersville and Tennell. That's where we have a current downpour. Lightning is at a minimum. We only have a couple of confirmed lightning strikes just north of Sandersville, but I think they'll be heard all throughout Sandersville as some rumbles of thunder. Going into our velocity just to check on how strong our winds are, and it looks like it has broadened out significantly. I'm not seeing a defined line of winds as what we've seen all throughout today in terms of our severe weather coverage. Looks like there's pockets of heavy winds still just east of Sandersville and Tennell and a little bit north of Sandersville, but nothing defined. And also one thing that we see from this is we're not seeing any rotation at all, so that's always good. Tornado chances are not there as at the moment, even with a tornado watch in place for Washington and Johnson and Hancock County. So we're not seeing any evidence of that. I'd say the winds are getting a little gusty, but I'd say overall that sector of severe weather is starting to weaken as it continues to move more towards the northeast into its surrounding eastern counties east of Washington County. So we're going to check what the National Weather Service does in the next couple of minutes, because as I mentioned, it looks like that line that's causing that severe weather is starting to inch closer and closer away from Washington County. I still think places in Washington County, so that eastern end, so Davisboro, Riddleville, They'll experience some of the gusty winds and the heavy downpours, but nothing too strong or nothing too robust. But I still think you will experience some of the weather that could impact you in the next coming minutes. But I think these are the final places that will experience the weather that's associated with this severe weather polygon. And Ansley, I see you had the tornado watch. That's where I got that idea to mention it. But could you just go over the tornado watch once again?
Yes, and it's probably important to mention, we've probably received a few questions about this that we haven't been able to catch, but this tornado warning is set to expire at 9 p.m. tonight. So we're talking about what the overnight hours are going to look like tonight. We're just kind of waiting for this initial line of severe weather to die down. That is what this tornado watch is for. Now, they don't anticipate issuing any more watches for the overnight hours tonight, but as we kind of start off Monday and start to see what that kind of line does in our southeastern counties, we'll be on the lookout to see if they do issue any more watches for tomorrow. But at least for the overnight hours tonight, this is set to expire at 9 p.m. I imagine very soon they'll be able to trim off places like Baldwin, Jones, Bibb, Peach, and Macon counties. They've been doing a pretty good job keeping up to date with that. So hopefully soon they'll be able to do that. And that's kind of our current watch situation at the moment. They also haven't really done any talks of extending this any further into Treutlen, Montgomery, Wheeler, or Telfair counties. So hopefully they don't really plan to do that. They haven't really discussed doing that at all in our National Weather Service chat either. So hopefully they'll just kind of keep on keeping on with the warning that we have now. Let's flip back over to the rainfall totals just to kind of talk about that, because again, we've been talking about our flooding potential here, and something just to point out with this severe thunderstorm warning too, while we transition to talking about rainfall, is this expires at 8 p.m. and they issued this at around 7:15. So we've already been sitting with this severe thunderstorm warning for 15 minutes, and now we still have to wait. Hopefully they'll expire it sooner than that, but these are just slow movers. We've been saying that all day, but this severe thunderstorm warning is only moving at 35 miles per hour, so it's just taken plenty of time where it is and just kind of enjoying the ride here. Like David said, I'm definitely seeing signs of it getting a little bit weaker, so hopefully they can go ahead and expire that before 8 p.m. But slow movers like that have the chance to drop a lot of rain in kind of the amount of time that they sit over there. So I'm going to flip over to our rainfall totals here and see if we can grab a couple of values. You can see it's really the tale of where the storms have been today. Most of the heavy rainfall totals are over in Taylor, Crawford, and Bibb counties. And a lighter accumulation where we haven't had quite as heavy storms. That's likely due to just how powerful these storms were. Not only did they bring some gusty winds, but they were also able to just dump down a whole lot of rain as well. So in Bibb County, already seeing around 3 inches of rain, maybe even more than that in Taylor County. I think I see more of an orange value there that I may not just be able to grab the right pixel, but it's probably upwards of 3 inches of rain in that area. And even if we just go ahead and take it further out here, take a look at the rainfall from even further out towards our west. Alabama, Mississippi, they saw rainfall totals greater than 7 inches. So it definitely could be worse for us here in central Georgia, but we're still looking at the chance to tack on some really impressive rainfall totals as these storms just continue to train over the same areas. And then even after our storm potential is all said and done tomorrow and we're kind of going throughout the day and just dealing with showers, well, the showers are still going to be lingering with us. So we still continue to just tack on the rainfall totals throughout the day tomorrow. Now, I think we are in a little bit of a deficit for the rainfall for the year. So rainfall is not necessarily a bad thing for us, but it does introduce the chance to have a bit of a flooding potential, especially with how much rain has also come down in North Georgia. Sometimes that can cause some subsequent flooding potential for us in central Georgia because their water tends to kind of flow into our rivers as well. So flooding and kind of rainfall is something that we're going to be checking in with now that the kind of main threat of the severe weather has subsided just a bit here. But to give you just a understanding of your watches and warnings and what we're seeing now, it's just that tornado watch that extends for areas that are kind of still holding on to some of the instability in the atmosphere that still could fire up a couple of storms. But it looks like our front may be trying to, and David said he wants to wait on a little more evidence, so I won't make the official call, but it looks like our front is trying to kind of stall out a little bit where it is now, so maybe not doing quite as much of a southeasterly movement into the counties that are still under the tornado watch here. And hopefully it just kind of stays where it is and continues to just dump rain so that we can kind of stay clear of the storm potential into the overnight hours here. And we can go ahead and just take a look at a few of the sky cams one more time, just to go around. There is Dublin, which again is not seeing the storms just yet. You just saw the satellite and radar. It's clear for Dublin. They're not dealing with anything at the moment, but they can still see the really heavy cloud cover and just the clouds that are ahead of this line take over their area. So in Dublin, it probably looks like it's about to rain. It maybe looks like it's about to storm even, but this is just kind of some cloud cover ahead of this line, and it's actually not about to do that. It's just really thick cloud cover and kind of an ominous scene, but you're probably clear of where that line is at the moment. Elsewhere, still seeing rain over in Houston County, so they are not through yet with the rainfall. There's a couple of lightning strikes on occasion, but it's definitely not as gusty as we saw earlier. The biggest thing going on in Warner Robins at the moment is when you can see these people driving by here from time to time, you can see just how much water has begun to accumulate on the roads. So I'll take you a little bit closer to the roads just so you can see. And it's still raining now, so definitely creating some slick road conditions. I don't think driving is going to be great throughout the rest of the evening and into the overnight hours. You definitely want to use precaution. I know when I'm on my way home later tonight, I am really going to be making sure that I'm driving slow, that I'm paying attention to what I'm driving into. I know it kind of sounds like a cliche whenever we say turn around, don't drown, but I actually have had personal family members who have not heeded that warning and they have lost their car because it ended up getting stuck in what was a much deeper puddle than what they realized. So definitely just adhering to turn around, don't drown. You never want to drive into a puddle that you just can't tell the depth of, because that's when you run into complications with drowning or potentially losing your vehicle, things like that. So that's kind of a look at Warner Robins. Let's take it back over to Macon. And I was just reading what the National Weather Service said, but maybe I'll let David take a look at that here over the next few minutes while we talk about this Macon Skycam. Same kind of story, and you know what we have now on the Macon Skycam is windshield wipers, so let me clear off some of the droplets that you can see there, but it's the same thing. We're just dealing with some showers. Occasionally there may be a lightning strike or two, and it's generally just less gusty, just especially less kind of ominous than the scene that we saw a few minutes ago, not a few minutes ago, over an hour ago at this point, when the tornado warning was south of the Macon area and we could see that impressive shelf cloud coming over that area, and also potentially maybe even picked up on that area of rotation when we were looking at our sky cam there. So now it's definitely calmer. There's a few more people taking to the roads. Again, still exercising caution, but at least in the Bibb County area, we still haven't received reports of damages and definitely no reports of injuries. So positive news from there. And our final spot that we can just take a look at here while we go through all of the sky cams is Perry. Still a dark scene in Perry as well, but the flag's kind of sitting down, so maybe the breeze has died down just a touch. I'll take us around the corner here. You can look out at the water and just kind of seeing the rain come down. Again, I have windshield wipers, so let me wipe that off also. And it's a little blurry, but you can kind of get the picture there. Just kind of a foggy, hazy, rainy scene in Perry as well. And on I-75, you can even see all the way from over here that it's picked up a little bit of rainfall totals there, and people are already kind of driving through puddles on I-75. Definitely highway driving you want to be cautious of through the next couple hours or so, and we probably can see, man, it's a little blurry, but it's trying its best to pick up on what we can see there. But yeah, you can see even some puddles at the fairgrounds here. So we've transitioned to the big story becoming rain, which I am totally okay with. I would much rather be talking about the rain than be talking about all the gusty winds we have. Of course, we still have one severe thunderstorm warning in place, right, David?
That's right. So this is still the same original severe thunderstorm warning. Haven't seen much changes in regards to this, and we're seeing that the worst part of the storm, so associated with that portion that's just hanging down, moved just east of Sandersville, and I think it's going to approach, or it's about to move out of Washington County in general. It is still extended to 8 o'clock in the evening. I'm very curious to see if they make any extensions, if they take us out of the severe thunderstorm warning, because like I said, I think the majority of Washington County they already experienced the worst of the storm. So I'm going to go back to base velocity. And as you can see, winds are not impressive at all, only seeing some areas of just bright colors, meaning that some gusty winds are over there, just to the southeast of Sandersville, going into the outer edge of Washington County in general. And then I've been monitoring the general winds throughout the line of storms. And as you can see, nothing impressive. There's no clear defined line of bright, broad bowing echoes or any areas where it indicates some really strong winds. And as Ansley just showed through the sky cams, it looks like the general story here in central Georgia has been steady rain with a couple of rumbles of thunder. And I think that's also been the case for the places that haven't even seen a severe thunderstorm warning place in their area as well. So I think that's the general story for the rest of the day. Hopefully this is the last severe thunderstorm warning that we have for the rest of today, as we are now approaching the time that is after sunset. So once the sun is completely removed from our area, that is going to limit our storm chances for the rest of the evening and night. Now, Ansley did mention that there was a mesoscale discussion that was released. So I'm just going to go back to the reflectivity just to show you what they mentioned. And they pointed out that in this area, in South Alabama, there is still a chance of some severe thunderstorms and potentially a tornado, with this line right here moving across the panhandle of Florida, but generally it's for south to mid Alabama. But the thing is, the area in which they showed that had the chances of severe thunderstorms and potentially a tornado, that's only for this sector. For central Georgia, they did not point out anything. So it looks like we are good, especially during the overnight, where the storm chances have decreased due to the removal of sunlight. And we're also seeing here in Georgia, so for Atlanta, seeing some steady rain, not seeing any rumbles of thunder. They had some severe weather earlier today, so it's very interesting to see what type of weather they're experiencing. If they had anything in terms of potential storms, that would mean that the atmosphere quickly recovered. Not seeing anything in regards to that, so that's good. So in general, I think the overall trend is that our severe weather chances are decreasing as we are now leaving that severe weather window between 4 to 7 o'clock. And we'll see what the National Weather Service does in terms of this polygon right here, the severe thunderstorm polygon. This is until 8 o'clock, but I do see some updates to the polygon that I think it is possible, as the worst part of the storm is now moving due northeast. So hopefully that happens and we'll be free from severe weather for the current moment, and that would be a great sign and a great thing to see here in central Georgia.
Definitely. I might do a lap around the studio in celebration.
Oh, same with me. But all in all, just the general story is just mainly rain and a couple of rumbles of thunder. So I think that will be the story throughout the overnight as well. And then as we go to tomorrow afternoon, then the chances of some severe weather increases, especially for the southeastern counties such as Telfair, Montgomery, Wheeler, as the system will then progressively move eastward into those areas where the sunlight returns, warm air also returns, potentially creating unstable conditions for potential storms to fire up once again. So we're hoping that that doesn't happen. We were talking about that stall, and it looks like the stall is happening. It hasn't moved significantly more towards the east. It looks like it's now staying within this area. So our next concern now is flooding. How much rain are we going to get? And will that cause any potential flash flood warning? So that's going to be something that we're going to keep an eye out, especially for the rest of the evening and the rest of the night as we head into the early morning hours tomorrow morning. Ansley, looks like you have the broad picture of the radar. Do you have something to add?
Yes, I do. I was going to talk a little bit about, I'm going to bring back into the picture a photo that I received from a viewer before we had the tornado warning, and I was kind of showing it while the tornado warning got issued. So let me flip over to that, and what I'm going to do by talking about this is just talk about the fact that despite having a confirmed tornado, we actually haven't had many reports of damage. I'm seeing your photos in the Weather Network as well, and I have not so far seen a lot of damage, so that is good news. But I've definitely seen some impressive looking pictures that look just like this one, and that was just quite the scene. I mean, that is just the downdraft from the thunderstorm as it kind of came into our area. A really impressive shelf cloud, almost like glowing in the center of this whole thing. So it was really impressive as it came through here, and this was kind of near the area where we had the tornado warning as well. This was a little bit north of that area, but it may have kind of been attached to the same line. And this is the pictures that I'm seeing from you guys. I also have the Weather Network open while I'm talking over this photo, and I'm seeing a really impressive video of gusty winds. Now, I have to discourage this video, unfortunately, because it was taken outside during a tornado warning. We do not encourage you guys to do that, but the winds were definitely impressive, and you can even just see how much is blowing the rain around. But even in this video, I'm not seeing debris get blown around, so that is really good news. We'll kind of continue to see what kind of damage reports roll in. Also, when we have a chance to take a break here and get ready for the 11 p.m. show, hopefully after they expire this severe thunderstorm warning, hopefully we can go back on our Macon Skycam and see if we're able to capture that moment that we were looking at the shelf cloud and potentially even looking at our confirmed tornado. Again, it was wrapped in a lot of rain, so there's no guarantee that we would necessarily be able to see it, but it was a powerful system nonetheless, so it'd really be interesting to take a look at. So that was a photo by Jennifer Roberts from Lizella, a really awesome storm photo, and just kind of reminder of the power of these systems as they rolled through our area. Now I'm happy to be talking about this in the past tense, and just seeing what's left of it is really just this one severe thunderstorm warning. Elsewhere, still a few lightning strikes and probably still a couple of wind gusts, but probably not nearly as much as we were seeing earlier. And even in the severe thunderstorm warning, it's just looking less and less impressive by the minute. Even if I flipped this warning off and tried to get a value reading, I'm not sure that I would be able to get one that's up to the severe thunderstorm thresholds. I really would love it if we could lose this early. I hope that they do that, but if not, that's okay. We only got 20 more minutes on it, so we will just kind of keep on keeping on with it as it pushes out of Washington County. I will say I'm also glad that they haven't gone with any more warnings, so hopefully we can just take a little bit of a breather before tomorrow's chance to see some of these storms start to fire back up here. The only other thing of note would just be checking on the rainfall totals again. I don't think they've changed a ton since the last time that I talked about them, but also just looking at how that's compared to projections that we were kind of taking a look at earlier this week. The graph really goes back and forth with this. Rainfall projections are more about trends and less about specific amounts. But from the trend that I saw this morning, it's definitely increased in our southeastern counties. We were seeing maybe not even up to an inch in rain in some of these counties earlier today. Now, with I guess what the graph is initializing on, what it's picking up on in the atmosphere now, it's decided to go ahead and say probably everybody is going to see over an inch of rain, if not over an inch and a half of rain, which I definitely would buy with as much rain as we're going to see with this system. The higher totals are definitely going to be in the northeast, where we've already had some really strong thunderstorms earlier, and they've already outrun the numbers that you can see on the model projections here. So again, more about trends, more who's going to see more rain versus the exact numbers, but that's kind of a look at those. And just generally, yeah, I guess we're just kind of waiting on this sucker to get out of here, and that's about it. A lot of lightning has kind of spurred back up in Montgomery, which I know you talked about, David. That was with that mesoscale discussion, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so definitely still seeing some lightning there, but hopefully here in central Georgia, we're only getting a couple of strikes here and there, probably hearing some rumbles of thunder. I haven't heard much over the station in the last little bit or so, but hopefully it stays that way.
It looks like we might experience a brief lull. With the pattern of the system just continuing to move more towards the northeast, but also stalling. I think in terms of the activity, in terms of storms, we're approaching that time of period after the sunset. So I think in terms of weather, I think it'll be a little bit more calm. And there's also a chance, if it continues to move a little bit more towards the northeast, that some places could experience a lull. Upson County currently experiencing a lull. But I'm just hoping that more places other than Upson County, so Monroe, Crawford, Taylor County, also experiencing that brief break from the weather as well. We're seeing that since it's moving more towards the northeast, so this general disorganized, scattered system is producing more openings, more holes to produce calm weather. So I'm hoping that that's the case. I think everyone is. After a really stormy afternoon and evening. But the second thing that we'll continue to watch is that secondary line. That mesoscale discussion pointed out a chance of severe weather and storms for South Alabama. And earlier we had a severe thunderstorm warning for Montgomery, but I think this is the secondary line that'll produce more rain, potentially for later tonight and maybe for tomorrow. And I think this is the last part the last batch of rain is the last part of the front. So I think once this part moves officially towards the east, away from central Georgia, that's when we'll be officially in the clear from this front in general. And I think that will happen late tomorrow night. But all in all, we could experience a brief period of calm weather before the arrival of a secondary line that looks to be less severe than the first original line. So Ansley, I see you're back on the severe thunderstorm warning.
Yes, I have it pulled up
Have
here.
there been any updates so far?
Really, no. I keep thinking maybe they might go ahead and trim us out of this, but I also could just see them letting this thing run itself out here, which I totally understand, just being sure that it doesn't kind of pick up the wind speeds once again. So we'll just kind of sit and wait on this thing to expire. We've only got 15 minutes, so we certainly can keep talking about it for 15 minutes or so here.
Yeah, and in terms of the winds, it also decreased significantly. We're not seeing any bright colors, which is good. And I think in terms of any potential winds, it is now moving more towards the east into the surrounding counties. So I think in terms of specific areas in central Georgia that have some gusty winds, I think as of right now, it is done. I don't think anyone is right now seeing anything in terms of gusty winds. So hopefully the National Weather Service lets this expire, or best case scenario, they just remove this entirely in the next couple of moments, because I think this is just taking away from the general story. The worst of the weather that we experienced earlier today, I think that threat is officially over. That doesn't mean that we're in the clear for severe weather. I think potentially there is a small chance of severe weather, but the chances are way less than what it was earlier this afternoon due to the high heat of the afternoon. But as of right now, it's looking like the trend is just decent, calm weather, just steady showers, a couple rumbles of thunder, but nothing too impressive to see.
Well, I kind of lean on the tornado watch for that guarantee as well. The tornado watch is set to expire at 9 p.m. And with the Storm Prediction Center not planning on issuing any more watches, it's definitely a good indication that we probably will be winding down here for the overnight hours until we start talking about the next line for tomorrow. So yeah, definitely. I think that's a positive thing, and definitely something that I would assume in terms of the strength of this system as well. So we are just kind of rolling with this one until we can get it out of here. Elsewhere, you just see a lot of rain up in North Georgia, who also had a lot of this system earlier today. They're still dealing with a lot of rain too. Honestly, let's just take this line back out a couple of hours and we'll see how it has progressed. It's been an event that's been going on since I woke up for work this morning at around 2:30 in the morning. So it's been an all-day thing already, and it's gearing up to be an all-day thing tomorrow as well. So I'm going to take this out about as far as I can. I think that's about the last 12 hours. And we'll just rewind this system and take a look at the motion. I think sometimes that can be really interesting. So you know what, we'll just not do any spoilers. I'll take it all the way back to the beginning here. Something that Ben pointed out a while back when I did an analysis like this was that the lightning only extends to a certain area for us. So you can kind of almost see where the circle ends here. There's definitely lightning further out towards the west of here, but this is about where our lightning parameter ends. So if you don't see lightning past there, don't think that there wasn't any. There definitely was. It's just not picking up on our system. So what happens sometimes when I try to bring the radar back out this far is it will only show me the lightning, so it may be a little bit different to see the reflectivity, but you can still kind of see where the lightning was. And then around 2 in the afternoon, when the radar kind of can pull back from as far as it can, that's when you can see the swath of rain that was up there in North Georgia. And around then was when we were thinking, okay, well, we may start to see some of this line in our area soon. I think this was around when I was on the live stream talking about when would this actually push into our area, and we still were kind of waiting, playing the waiting game here, and I thought maybe that this initial kind of line ahead of it would start pushing into our area, and then everything just took a bit of time with the easterly track that this system has been making. We really were waiting for what was coming out of Alabama as opposed to what was coming down from North Georgia. So it was really kind of waiting on this system here to push further east into our area as opposed to kind of the rain that was up in North Georgia, but it did eventually do that, and we kicked off this event with a bang. Remember, if you were joining us earlier this afternoon when we started going live, around 4, that was when Talbot County had a tornado warning that extended into Talbotton, and they had a thunderstorm that was just really packing a punch. If we kind of play it out here, it's covered up a bit by Talbotton's actual name there, but you can see the purple on the reflectivity. It was really high. There was hail up to 2 inches in diameter. So it was a nasty thunderstorm in Talbotton, and it started pushing into our specific central Georgia area here into Taylor and Upson counties, maintaining a good bit of its strength as it did that. Luckily, kind of right as it crossed over into our area here, the rotation started to die down just a little bit. We saw a slight decrease in the hail diameter, so it wasn't a crazy amount of weakening. It was still pretty impactful as it came into the Crawford County area, but definitely it was better than it looked over in Talbotton. That was very gusty, and again, they did have the tornado warned storm along with that. Then the main thing we were watching was gusty winds in Roberta that was kind of pushing towards the Bibb County area. We had a severe thunderstorm warning. It was the only one that we had that kind of extended into the Bibb County, the Jones County, Monroe County area, further towards the north and east. Then a secondary warning came after that, kind of targeting the area that ended up becoming the tornado warning later on. So in South Crawford County, pushing into Bibb County, that area of high wind speeds really started to pick up and then started to show some signs of rotation in southern Bibb County. This is kind of what it looked like at the time there. Just south of Rutland, you can see that echo, hook and echo starting to form there. A little bit of a notch in the reflectivity, and I accidentally just took it back a little bit. And then you can see the progression, which of course the Rutland is in the way. We'll just go all the way to where it was. But you could see the progression of this thing just as it started to turn. And that was our tornado signature on velocity. There was a signature as well. And then as it crossed over into Twiggs County, over the I-16 area here, it ended up becoming a confirmed tornado. Somebody did spot the tornado on the ground crossing over I-16. So that's when things got a little bit dicey. It was really gusty, and this area just ran into a good unstable environment that allowed this storm to start to turn. And then we kept with the tornado warning well throughout the northern part of Twiggs County here, and all the way until early Wilkinson County as well. Kind of on this Twiggs County, Wilkinson County line was when things started to look a lot better. They're showing signs of weakening, and you can see that there as well, where you start to see the hook starting to fade out a little bit and straighten out with the rest of the line there. That's when we started to see more positive, encouraging signs of just dealing with straight lined winds as opposed to dealing with rotation in that area. And then we kind of held on to a severe thunderstorm warning after that. Further towards the north, we didn't quite see as many warnings, but I do also want to point out an area of high wind speed that we saw earlier that wasn't quite mentioned, that we potentially had some really good straight line winds from, was over here in Jasper County, right over Monticello, and the straight line winds continued into Putnam County as well. So pushing into Eatonton, I received a really interesting photo, we received in our National Weather Service chat, of the shelf cloud rolling into Eatonton as well. So it was pretty gusty there also. They didn't have a warning, but it does not mean that it was not still impactful nonetheless. So some high wind speeds up there while we were a little bit preoccupied focusing on the area of high wind speeds that ended up rotating in South Bibb County. Luckily, after kind of the craziness of the early evening, late afternoon, all of the winds and the storms kind of congealed, and they ended up just being straight line winds, which has brought us to where we are now. And honestly, now I would not even say we necessarily are dealing with a whole lot of straight line winds. We're kind of just dealing with remnants of a thunderstorm. It's really not quite as impactful as we were seeing. I would say even the area of high wind speeds has maybe outrun this polygon as well. We're kind of just dealing with rain similar to what the rest of central Georgia is seeing. You may occasionally see a lightning strike. You may occasionally hear a rumble of thunder, and there may still be a couple of wind gusts that can be a little bit gusty at times, but it's definitely not that true severe thunderstorm that we have to kind of track and keep up to date with and watch the winds for turning. Now what's going on in Washington County, I personally would consider to be an expired warning, but we will just wait on them to run out this warning here. It'll take probably a few minutes, but I think that they will let this one go very soon. Or maybe...
I mean, we're getting to that point. So it's 7:55 right now, and typically they extend their warnings around this time. But if they're going to extend anything, it would be extended outside of our viewing area, outside of Washington County.
Washington County, I mean, we can definitely say that they're basically in the all clear already. And if you're in Washington County, if you're in Sandersville, you're probably pretty aware of that also. It's probably a lot less loud, and you're maybe not seeing as much being blown around outside. It's probably a lot calmer in general. So we're just waiting on them to let this yellow polygon go, and then everybody in Central Georgia will kind of be in that lull that David was talking about for kind of the rest of the night until we start talking about the early morning hours for Monday. So I don't think they've also done any updates just yet to the tornado watch. And sometimes this graphic takes a few minutes, so if they have, they may not be populating on the graphic. But if you are in the Jones, Bibb, Peach, Macon area, these areas will likely be expired soon. I'd imagine even kind of Dooley, Houston, Twiggs, and Wilkinson, who already had a tornado warning, have definitely overworked that environment. Baldwin and maybe even Hancock counties will be able to be trimmed out soon. The National Weather Service may just be in a little bit of a transition period while there's a lull here, which is maybe why they're not kind of throwing out these things just yet. So they may be coming back to us here in just the next couple of minutes. But generally, if we're talking about what the threat still is, it's diminished.
I think our severe weather chances have decreased, especially as I mentioned, that severe weather window, 4 to 7 o'clock. We're getting outside of that. We're getting to that point after sunset where there's less light outside and temperatures are cooling on down. And one of the ingredients needed is high temperatures that potentially are unstable, which creates the necessary ingredients for severe thunderstorms. So we just received some reports from Twiggs County from the tornadoes. So trees are down in Twiggs County, roadways, according to the EMA director. Some of the roadways are blocked because of the trees that were down. So it's just best to drive safely if you're in Twiggs County. Some of the roads could be potentially blocked. And then trees are down on Highway 129 and several neighborhood roads. So I specifically remember Highway 129 being one of the areas where that rotation crossed. So this definitely makes sense. But as of right now, we haven't heard reports in terms of injuries or potential deaths. And that's, of course, the main important stuff that we really, really value. So thankfully, nothing in terms of that. That's always a good sign. And as this system, or as this cell now moves off Washington County, Ansley was just mentioning about how our severe weather chances have been decreasing. We're experiencing that lull. I think the batch of rain is now moving outside of the Macon city limits. Houston County still seeing some rain. But one thing I'm not seeing anything of is lightning. I'm not seeing any new lightning strikes. So this is just purely mainly steady rain. And then, of course, for the westernmost counties, some brief lulls. Not seeing anything in terms of weather. We just have to wait till the arrival of the secondary line. But thankfully, the secondary line has not shown anything as robust. It has shown minimal severe thunderstorm warnings or anything. So that is good. And we're now approaching 7:59, and we're not seeing any extension from the severe thunderstorm warning in Washington County. So that is good.
I think we are okay to kind of come off the air for a little bit here. David and I are going to regroup. We're going to take a look back at some of the footage on our sky cams and see what we can pick up on from the tornado warned storm that was in southern Bibb County, and just kind of gather some information, see what you guys are sending in the weather network, and just kind of come together and see what we can gather element-wise in terms of that specific tornado warning. And then also we do have to, or David has to, prepare for the 11 o'clock show. So while there are no active warnings, or there is one active warning that is set to expire in about 10 seconds here, we are going to come off of the stream, but we will be back. If there are active warnings starting to pop back up, we will come back to you. And if not before that, then we will be back for 13 WMAZ News, or David will be back. I think I'm going to go to bed for 13 WMAZ News at 11 p.m. So thank you so much for tracking with us, and we will be with you for the rest of the evening. So stay safe and hopefully staying much calmer for the rest of the evening here.